We are here at the University of Maryland's Michael Antonov Auditorium at the Brendan Arib Center for Computer Science and Engineering. The University of Maryland is the home of many well-known gaming alumni, including the CEO and founder of Epic Games and inventor of Unreal Engine, Tim Sweeney, and two of the Oculus VR founders, Brendan Arib and Michael Antonov. In 2015, two students, Galen Stetsyuk and Mike Sorokin, set out to solve the biggest problems facing the VR industry. That work led to the founding of MPlex, a team of some of Maryland's brightest, to begin work on core disruption. And now it's here. Experience the next evolutionary step in virtual reality gaming. Core disruption is tactical, visceral, accessible, and uncompromising. If you've been holding off on VR, Core Disruption is the experience you've been waiting for.
Welcome to the University of Maryland here in College Park, Maryland for the world premiere tournament of Core Disruption. Thank you for joining us here today. My name is John Fiasco Bottom alongside Joey Courtside King McDermott of OTN Media, and we are proud and honored to be here today with you for today's brand new premiere of Core Disruption. Joey, this journey started over a year ago where competitors came together to battle out. We are down to the final 8 teams here today.
Absolutely, John. Excited to show off the game today to make its global debut here for Core Disruption. We have a number of teams competing today, 8 teams in total, John, and we're getting excited to announce them soon.
Absolutely. Let's go ahead and throw it down to the floor for the introduction of today's teams. We'll start out with the lower bracket, the lower seed teams here as we cut down here. So on the number 8 seed, the Terrorpins.
Coming in with that nice orange and yellow color scheme. Beautiful logo as well. You'll see on the back of the jerseys here.
And after the Terrapins, the number 7 seed, Savage Academy. Now it's time to introduce the number 6 seed, Thonk. Joey, the number 5 team is all about the money. It's introducing Team Trap Money. Now introducing the number 4 seed, Bnake Goblins. Now the number 3 seed, Garfelf. Cat ears, who does not love to see that? The number 2 seed, the Shadow Assassins. And introducing the top seed for today's world premiere tournament. Contrary to their name, they're number 1 for a reason, Morons Cubed. Showing love to everyone here live at the University of Maryland for today's live event. Joey, a lot of things to go over before today's event even starts. First off is going to be the rules for today's competition. So we'll quickly go over the rules for today's 3v3 single elimination tournament, Joey.
Yeah, absolutely. Matches are going to be played out a best of 2-3 rounds. Best of 2 out of 3 rounds, rather. On top of that, John, not too many rules out there. The main thing is just making sure you don't block opponents into corners or run into their vehicle over and over. While that can be used strategically, at some time it can become griefing, so we're going to stay away from that today.
All right. And of course, like any great esport here, there's a great prize pool as well. The first place winner is going to be going home with $2,000 Second place has $900, and third place will walk away with a cool $300. Joey, quite a fantastic prize pool here to start out for the world premiere tournament here of Core Disruption. Let's go ahead now and take a look at the vehicles the players will be able to use here today in this tank VR game, Core Disruption. We'll take a look at the tank types now.
Absolutely. So today we have the Scorpion tank available for play, as well as the Talon, both coming in as hover tanks, so they're going to be a bit faster, as well as a little bit weaker on the armor side compared to a treaded tank. You see the Talon on screen now, as well as a few of the other tanks available in the full build of the game.
So we only have a few tanks available here today, but don't worry, there are more takes on the way coming to Core Disruption. But now, Joey, let's talk a little bit about the weapons that we'll be seeing here today as well.
Absolutely. You see them listed here on screen. The only one disabled for today is going to be the flat cannon. You have an auto cannon that functions sort of like a machine gun, the heavy bolter, the auto bolter, and then you have 4 lasers available as well, the 60, 80, 82, and 90.
All right, so the name of the game is Core Disruption. At the end of the day, that's what you want to do to your opponent, is you want to disrupt their core, that centerpiece in the tank. But in able to get to put damage on that center core, you have to get through some plating on the tank. And based upon the tank, they have different damage values all the way around.
Absolutely. You see it here, guys. You have the front left, and the front right, as well as the turret itself, then the back plating too. So when you guys have played tanks games before. You have to break through the armor to eventually take it out. This one in particular, very unique because it does have that core, and getting to that core is the main focus of the game here.
All right, and we are just moments away from our very first matchup here today. The players are still getting set up, so we're going to toss it to a very quick break. On the other side, match number 1 here at the world premiere event of Core Disruption, live from the University of Maryland. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to the University of Maryland here in College Park. Match number 1 ready to go. It's number 8 seed Terrorpins going up against top seed Morons Cube. We have both teams making their way out of their hangars. Joey, let's go and take a look real quick about what we're seeing here tank-wise and weapon-wise. It looks like we're having tanks all matched here. It's all Scorpions across the board.
Yeah, it does look like it is a full match, but the big difference here being the weapons, John. Morons Cube, the number 1 seed, going full lasers all throughout on this one.
We see both teams pretty much staying together, but Origami's taking a lot of damage here early on. Look at those panels and weapons lit up already in the yellow. That is damage just being torn apart onto Origami Boy on his Scorpion 4 Terrorpins. It's all about positioning here right now. You can see there's a lot of players. Origami Boy has that damage. They are focusing on him as well. We're seeing on Morons Cube as well. Derpy taking some damage too, but not as bad as Origami.
And that core is being shown, John, and it looks like it is going to pop. Origami is down for the Terrorpins.
Origami, the first one down, is now a 3v2. You see those health meters. Those are the health meters for the core for each of these tanks as well. Derpy taking a lot of damage too, down to 64 on that core. Might be the next one to go as Terrapins are looking to even this one up at 2 apiece. Morons Cube still with that advantage, having all 3 players up. Derpy taking a lot of damage, trying to give it back to Shy Clone. Clone's taking some damage. Pyro taking damage as well. Derpy is so close to being disrupted. Down to 12 left, and he is down. It is all even at 2 apiece, but Pyro quickly dropping as well. Moron Cube's trying to bring the damage, and Pyro just 5 health points away, and he will drop. Advantage for Morons Cubes now to 2v1.
Yeah, great initial play there from Pyro, coming around the side, getting the flank to take out Derpy, but then in the end, pushing forward a little too far, gets pinched between Brandon and Creep.
Shy Clone in trouble, trying to make something happen here. Last man standing, but the damage from Moron Cubes starting to make its way through those plates, down to 59 health left on the core, and it is dropping rapidly as Shy Clone won't be able to stand much longer, just down to 3, 1 hit away, and he will fall. Round 1 goes to Morons Cubed.
Yeah, that's big there, John. Those lasers just laying down the damage. You saw them so close there, unfortunately not able to put down that final damage because of the heat on that laser. It does take a little bit of time to recharge, but in the end, able to get it down and get it off.
That was absolutely great positioning there from Morons Cube. I mean, when the damage really started coming out there, they were taking it to the Terrapins. They really had no way to kind of respond to how that damage was coming out. They stuck together too much, and that damage just started to build up really quickly. And once that first player falls, it's really hard to get back into the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I like the flank that came out, but again, the overcommit coming out there as well. Had that overcommit not come out, this could have gone the other way, but Morons Cube with the full-on 9-laser strategy ending out with the win.
Now, give credit where credit's due. After Terrapins lost their first player, they were able to bounce back and even it up pretty quickly on 2v2 here. But in the end, Morons Cube, they're the number 1 seed for a reason here, Joey, and they showed the reason why right now going up against the Terrapins. They didn't let that hammer them down. They 2v2'd all the way to the end.
Yeah, and you saw great rotations from them as well with the whole plating. Once you have a side of plating down, you want to rotate and give the other team the other side to hit, the side that has full armor still on the board. They were able to do that really well until that flank came through. That flank obviously taking the advantage.
Absolutely, and it is all about positioning too, using those obstacles to your advantage, trying to delay that damage as much as possible. We saw early on for Terrorpins, they took way too much damage straight out of the gate. Both teams found each other fairly quickly. Sometimes you kind of go around in circles a little bit trying to find where the other team is, but they found each other pretty quick, and as soon as they got there, the damage started going in one direction. That was the direction towards the Terrorpins, and really from the get-go, it was an uphill battle for them.
Yeah, and part of that comes down to the full hover tank play here as well, with both teams going full Scorpions, hover tanks being the tanks available for today. There's a lot quicker base movement there, less plating as well, but trading off for that movement, you're able to move around very quickly. As we saw in this match, they did find each other pretty quickly and started laying down that damage as well.
And of course, Joey, today's matches are all going to be taking place on the Amphitheater map. They do have more maps in development for when the game is fully released here, but today we're going to get to see Amphitheater. Joey, we've had the honor of kind of see a little sneak peek behind the scenes of some of the maps that are coming up. It looks absolutely beautiful. Super excited to see when those maps do go live. But Amphitheater, Joey, has gone through quite a bit of changes since the initial go-through when this tournament started. We saw this map essentially get almost overhauled from a year ago to today to what it is, and we're seeing those changes, especially with those hiding places, those hiding changes really come into effect here.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting a lot closer, too. There used to be a lot more obstructions toward the middle of the map. Now you can kind of see the opposing team a little bit earlier, and that's probably why we ended up with such much quicker action in this rerun.
Absolutely, and it is a best-of-3 round one going in favors of Morons Cubed, which you can see on camera right now. They are getting ready for game number 2 in this best-of-3. They do have to reset that lobby and get back in there for round number 2, but Morons Cube in great position to advance to the Final Four. Joey, let's talk a little bit about our matchups that are coming up a little bit later as well. The next match is going to be our number 4 seed and number 5 seed. That is going to be Bnake's, and that is also going to be, I'm going to cheat here real quick, that is going to be Team Trap Money as well.
Absolutely. A number of great matchups on the slate for today. We're getting ready to load into the next one of this set, though, John. Morons Cube going full lasers once again.
Full lasers and Scorpions across the board as well. We'll keep an eye on that to see if that's a running theme that we've seen. These teams have had time to practice throughout the past year as these changes and updates and patches have come out for Core Disruption. So they are familiar with the current build of this game. So maybe they're on to something. Maybe we're starting to see this meta start to develop right before our eyes.
Yeah, absolutely. And with the Terrorpins, some changes coming out for them as well, adding more lasers to their arsenal, seeing the damage that they did in Game 1.
We're heading into the map, into the Amphitheater for round 2. Both teams coming out of their hangars. Terrapins didn't take long before the damage started heading in their direction from Morons Cube. We'll see if they take a little bit slower approach here. As both teams are looking for each other, they are heading towards each other right now. You can see right there through that small gap, they're able to identify that that's where they are. And the first shot's on the way, and Morons Cube taking damage first. The Terrapins striking first here, putting the damage down. Kind of a flip the script moment here in game number 2 as the damage now flowing both ways. Both teams, well, as I was about to say it, we're staying pretty close together, but now we're seeing Morons Cube looking for that 2-man flank coming around the side. It's Brandon and Derpy coming around, and the Terrapins finally seeing they're trying to rotate as well. They're staying together pretty quickly. All three grouped together. A lot of damage coming down. Derpy now with that front right panel fully exposed. The Terrapins looking to cause damage first. Derpy down to 60% left on his health. The damage quickly going down. The Terrapins are trying to even this one up at 1 apiece.
Absolutely. Derpy's core exposed down below 50%, but Pyro Shock also taking some big damage for Terrapins.
And the first player goes down. It's Derpy for Morons Cube. It's a 3v2, but Pyro's not going to last much longer. He will fall as well. It's back to 2v2. With the Terrapins coming out with some vengeance here in game number 2, looking to even this series. The damage still in favor of Morons Cube. Creep and Brandon doing a great job at spreading the damage across all their panels. In fact, Brandon's back left half fully intact still at this moment in the game with 8:20 to go.
Yeah, John, but Creep now has an exposed core toward the front there. Some of that plating starting to fall down to 51% on the core.
Creep will have to be aware of that positioning. He wants to spread that damage across. Now down to 49, but Cyclone taking damage as well with that core exposed down to 65 for that core health. It is so close between both of these. See Cyclone taking too much damage, and he will fall down now as well. It is now a 2v1. Origami's the last man standing for Terrapins. It is all on his shoulders to try to make this A 3-game series. It is an uphill battle. He will use those tanks, though, on the ground for some shielding as well. Creep taking more damage. Origami committing to that damage. Creep is trying to run away. Origami being chased down quickly by Brandon. Creep, 1 health hit point away, will rotate around. He's still alive. Origami's core still intact as of right now, but Creep 1 hit away. Brandon just laying into Origami. He is trying to run away. The positioning is absolutely fantastic for Brandon to continue to pelt. Origami using that building now as shelter. Creep rotating around the other side. Origami's in trouble. A little bit of a stalemate with lasers. There is a cooling aspect of these weapons. They have to cool down. Origami's in trouble. That core is now down, and it is going to be a clean 2-0. Somehow Creep stayed alive, but nonetheless, Morons Cube take the 2-0 series win over the Terrorpins.
Yeah, big stuff there overall. Creep staying alive with that 1 HP point, John, is a huge difference maker. Able to lay down more and more damage. Those lasers coming out, taking cores out so quickly. In the end, the movement there from Creep ended up being the difference maker.
Absolutely, and using those buildings to your advantage for extra shelter, especially when your plates start to drop and you really have no other way of protecting your core, it really comes down to using those buildings for that extra damage. And we saw when it was down to that 2v1 for the Terrapins, they had to find different ways to kind of go around that side of the building. That flank move really paid off for them at the end, able to take them down and secure the 2-0 win.
Absolutely, and again, just big credit to Creep. They're staying alive with so little HP, but still able to lay down that damage was a huge, huge difference maker. Honestly, can't say it enough for Morons Cubed.
So Morons Cube will advance to the next round. They'll play the winner of our next match here at the world premiere event for Core Disruption. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back with the second matchup here at the University of Maryland.
there's a built-in voice chat. Okay, did I get it? This is not your account.
I can't nose hack the index.
Okay. Are you on Do Not Disturb?
Okay. Are we in?
Okay, you're good to go. The folder. Double click that.
An FOV for this.
Take over real quick.
It's just like everything I see.
So you know if your gameplay.
What's that top button on the mouse?
Yeah, I'll call you right.
No. Okay, just chassis. Chassis. Let's do are we doing? Oh, check here. Check here.
Welcome back to the University of Maryland here in College Park, Maryland. Round one down, well, I should say the first match down here in the first round of today's World Premier Tournament. Morons Cube taking the win 2-0 over Terrorpins, Joey. But now we are turning our attention to match number 2. It is going to be Bnake Goblins going up against Team Trap Money. And they'll be next up here. It is going to be our 3 versus 6 seed here going up next. Winner will take on Morons Cube. I don't know if I want to take on Morons Cube being the number 1 seed. They played fairly well in their first matchup here. But nonetheless, these two teams now going head-to-head as we're loading into the round.
Yeah, Morons Cube looking very strong overall, but showing some weaknesses as well. Definitely some vulnerabilities that could be exploited, and we'll see who ends up getting a chance at exploiting those soon.
All right, we are loading in, as we can see here on screen. Scorpions across the board once again. A lot of lasers as well as we are loading in. The teams loading into the amphitheater. It is Team Trap Money versus Bnake Goblins. Both teams making their way out of their hangar. Team Trap Money on the blue side, Bnake Goblins, pardon me, on the red side. Again, Scorpions across the board. As both teams looking for each other, they now have visual confirmation of where both teams are. Starting to use those buildings as well for defense. As right now, Bnake Goblins laying all the damage early on to Team Trap Money. Bnake Goblins pristine every single tank so far. Can't say the same for Team Trap Money. They're kind of trapped off into the side, just taking all the damage right now. The sides of every tank absolutely lit up.
Absolutely, John, and similar to what we saw with Moron Cube, we have Bnake Goblins going full lasers, each tank taking 3 lasers, and that damage coming out very early on.
Team Trap Money still receiving most of that damage. We just see a little damage being put down on Bnake Goblins already as well, but nothing in comparison. No one's core having been exposed yet. But Team Trap Money using those rotations, using those buildings to try to stay aware. Bnake over there trying to make the flank play with the McCool. Koi in trouble, being lit up once again. Now we're seeing all 3 players for Team Trap Money using different buildings for shelter. They realize that their plates have received a lot of damage. Now they're focusing on using those buildings for additional help. Koi moving around the side, trying to be sneaky there on Bnake. Put down a little bit of damage there, but not enough to make a difference.
Trying to be coy, rather, John. Yeah, in the end, because their plating is falling so quickly, they have to use these buildings. Whether it be strategic or not, they don't really have much of a choice, as they are all yellow all around the board.
Now, in comparison to the first match we saw here on stream today, this one being played a little bit slower. They're taking their time. They're focused more on their positioning. Morons Cube were definitely the aggressive there in map 1. In the first match that we saw. Here in the second match, both teams prioritizing where those buildings are for that extra help, and especially, like we said before, Joey, with Bnake Goblins laying down that damage early on to Team Trap Money, it is almost something they have to prioritize now going forward.
Absolutely, but with a team like Team Trap Money taking so much damage early on and going into lasers, you don't want to stay this far away. You just continue to see that tick damage come down time and time again.
And there we have the first core exposed, and believe it or not, it's on Bnake Goblins, the McCool. This core exposed, taking 10 damage already. If you were to ask me 3 minutes ago if I thought Bnake Goblins will take the core damage first, I would have told you absolutely no way. Team Trap Money has all the damage right now. Right there, a man.zip has damage to his front right panel already. It's already in the red, super exposed. Now Bang also dropping down to 46 on the core. All 3 cores for Bnake Goblins exposed. The long game for Team Trap Money is starting to pay off.
And it looks like Bang is over there on the side, but overall the damage continuing to come down time and time again. Bnake with those 2 cores exposed, 1 completely down, now 2 still exposed.
Yeah, Bangos is down for Bnake Goblins into the 3v2 in favor of Team Trap Money. 80% and 70% for the last 2 remaining players on Bnake Goblins, the McCool and Bnake in trouble. Bnake dropping down to 26. That core is super exposed. A man has his core exposed as well. He's down to 81 and no damage. It's now a 3v1. Bnake, the last man standing for Bnake Goblins.
John, this has gone south so quickly for Bnake Goblins, starting off so heavily with getting armor plating in yellow for everyone on Team Trap Money. Unfortunately, from there, it just fell off.
And that is the win for Team Trap Money. The long game paid off. It was a little bit of a slower start here, but it ended up working in their advantage. All that damage came out against them as soon as that match first started, but then they prioritized using those buildings and making the damage rotate along all the plates. It's all about positioning. It's all about using those buildings to help prevent extra damage onto your vehicle. That's what we saw. The long game paid off for.
Absolutely, a big turnaround there. Bnake Goblins getting up early, putting yellow really on every single bit of plating that was available for the opposing team. But then eventually those buildings coming into play, as you said, and the rotations around those completing, really becoming another set of armor for that set of tanks. And in the end, that was the difference.
Absolutely. And the one thing that I love to point out here is that we're seeing two different kinds of play styles in our first two matches here for the World Premier Tournament of Core Disruption. In the first match, we saw a very ultra high aggressive, essentially pound them in the face kind of play style here in the first match. Here in the second match, it's a little bit slower. It's more about positioning. It's more about taking your time and making sure you get those high damage hits on the other team's vehicles. And that's what we ended up seeing here as Bnake Goblins started out well, but unfortunately in the end, it didn't work out for them.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot more kiting in this matchup in particular. The last one, as you said, going head-to-head, going pretty close to one another early on. This one kiting around the edge of the map and kind of getting those quick hits in.
Absolutely. While we're waiting to load into game number 2, one of the things we have seen in both matches is the use of these laser weapons. And there's a lot of things that you have to keep in mind when you use laser weapons, especially the heat. So like a lot of laser weapons we see in other games as well, they have a tendency to overheat, so there is a cooldown period. We saw it a little bit in the first match where all the tanks on the map had to cool down a little bit and there was no action. That's what happens with laser. It's a great way for you to put damage down long distance and over time, but it does have that cooldown period, so it does have its drawbacks as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's where you use the buildings as well, John. You rotate around when you're on that cooldown. That'll help reduce the damage that you end up taking and allow you to rotate back up when the cooldown is off.
Yeah, absolutely. We are just moments away from match number 2 in this best of 3 series. Team Trap Money looking good so far. Playing the long game pays off for them. They have the 1-0 lead in the series. They are one game away from a date with the number 1 seed in Morons Cubed. Be two very different play styles when they do match up in the later round, if that is how this match ends up. To see if the ultra aggressive or the more laid back play style plays better, as the meta is still playing itself out here with this game. Still in development here, but looks very good so far.
Since there was a crash, we're going to do a round like this first match. Yeah, right. Are we good? Yeah. All right. There was a crash on their side, so we're going to do a...
Yeah, I got kind of like this. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think I ran into the wall.
Yeah, and I think he has a pretty good... Did one of you host?
I hosted.
Okay.
Chris hosted.
All right, so we are just getting word here real quick that one of the players' computers crashed during that last match, so they are investigating to determine when that crash occurred. If it occurred in the game, it looks like we'll go ahead and do a replay of that first match. But until we find out from tournament officials, we're going to throw it to a very quick break, and on the other side, we'll have the results of that first match, and we'll let you know if we'll be replaying. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
And red and blue. All right, we have five. Let's go.
All right, we are back, and the official ruling has been determined, Joey. We're going to go ahead and replay match number 1 as the crash did occur in-game. So we'll get a repeat of that first match here between Bnake Goblins and Team Trap Money. And we'll kind of, the big thing to see here is, will both of these teams stick to their same strategy of being a little bit patient, waiting the other team out here, or are they going to try to change it up now that both teams know how they play?
Yeah, I think the other thing to look at here was Bnake Goblins going full lasers. They ended up running 9 lasers there, and they did pull the loss in the end. There was the crash involved, but do we see that setup change as well?
This is, we're about to load into the replay of match 1 of this best of 3 series. Again, the winner will move on to take on the number 1 seed in Morons Cubed. And Joey, we have our answer right there. Bnake Goblins, 3 Scorpions, all rocking lasers on all players.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be mirror setups, but not per team, but rather per player of each team here. We do have some different weapons coming out from the side of Team Trap Money.
So the players are about to load into the map. It'll be Amphitheater once again. Both teams making their way out of the hangars. A lot of questions here. Will the teams stick to their original game strategy of playing for that longer game? We saw in the first edition of this game, just a few moments ago before we took that break, that both teams played a little more passive. They waited each other out here a little bit, using those buildings to their advantage. We'll see if they change it up and see if anyone tries to be a little bit more aggressive. And right now we're seeing the damage, just like we saw before in the game that's now being replayed. A lot of the damage flowing from Bnake Goblins to Team Trap Money, taking the damage right now here early on.
That worked really well last time, John, but I do like the little bit of a change up here as well, where we are seeing them start to use the buildings more than they did last game. Instead of just going out full damage, they are playing a little bit more defensive as well.
And we're seeing Team Trap Money not grouping up either. They're kind of rotating around, making sure they each have a building that they can duck behind if they start taking a lot of damage. And right now, 2 players for Team Trap Money has damage all over the take. In fact, Koi has that front panel almost completely exposed right now. That is going to be very hard. Now it is completely exposed, and he's taking damage from the front side of the tank. He's going to have to find a way to strike using sideways motion, trying to limit the amount, how much of his front of the tank is being exposed, and he's not doing it right now. Down to 36 health on that core. Bnake also taking damage as well, down to 56 on his core as well. 2 players on each side with very low core health here early on in the match.
Absolutely, sacrifices being made. Those Bnake went in to lay down that damage on Koi, which Koi does go down here. Core disrupted, John, but Bnake took a lot of damage as well.
Bnake in danger as well, and Bango's also dropping down to 90 health as well on the core. Needs to really utilize that back right panel. Is still pristine for Bangos. Bnake is down as well. It's a 2v2 now for Team Trap Money going up against Bnake Goblins. We saw this happen last time as well. Bnake Goblins ended up on the back end of this, and Bangos falls down. It's now 2v1. Bnake Goblins in trouble as the McCool is the last player standing. And he is trying to rotate around, getting stuck around that building. Great job by Team Trap Money kind of splitting up, forcing McCool to focus on one target or the other. They're going to force him around, a little bit of ring around the Rosie action here. They're trying to move around the McCool, putting down the damage on Aman. Not going to last too much longer, 20 health left. And McCool will drop down, core disrupted across the board, and Team Trap Money in the replay takes round 1 of this best of 3.
They do, John. They take it once again, but unfortunately there was another bug crash going on there. The computer ended up going down in the end, so that one might be replayed depending on when that ended up happening.
3rd time's a charm, right? I mean, who doesn't want to see this played again for the third time? It's going to be absolutely fantastic. Both of these two teams, from what we've seen so far in the first playthrough and now the second playthrough, have been absolutely fantastic. The aggressiveness, the strategy that they are using those buildings for advantage, is absolutely fantastic for using it to cover themselves as their plates are being exposed. Words, it's difficult sometimes. It's a Saturday. But nonetheless, both of these teams sticking true to their strategy that we saw the first go around, and it's paying off again there in round 2, and hopefully we'll see it again in the third round as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's now starting to wonder, is the 3-laser strategy working too well for these teams? Like Morons Cube had some close matches. They did run that same strategy. Now looking at this team as well, Bnake losing once again with it.
Okay, so we are being told that even with the crash, this match will count. So it is a 1-0 in favor of Team Trap Money after that second replay. So it'll be 1-0 Team Trap Money here in the best of 3. So they're in prime position here to move on if they're able to take the win here in the second match, pending any crashes as well. Hopefully, fingers crossed, we won't get that. But nonetheless, that strategy of waiting towards the middle part of that game, using the buildings to protect their tanks, is really paying off in the long run.
Yeah, absolutely. Using slower weapons, laying down that damage, though, they do take quite a bit up front, but then, again, the rotations around the buildings, allowing them to mitigate some of that damage, and in the end, lay it right back.
So really the question now comes down to is, for Bnake Goblins, what do you change going forward? You're one match away from being eliminated. You're going up against a team that seems to have your number. They're being patient. They're making you be the aggressor. What do you change going forward here to try to force the third game?
I mean, the big thing right now is Bnake Goblins running a little bit quicker weaponry so they can move up aggressively. We saw it a little bit in that last match, but then they need to peel out quickly too, because if that heavy damage comes in, it does work.
Absolutely. So strategies need to be changed, as both teams are loading in here into the second round of this best of 3 series. Just moments away from that being loaded up as players getting into that lobby, maybe helping a player out here to load back in. Again, the game is still, it is the world premiere for this game. There are still a lot of things still to come in this game. A lot more, there's more vehicles coming out, there's more weapons coming out, and there's more maps coming out. So by no means is this the finished product. There's a lot more great stuff coming around the corner.
Yeah, absolutely. Just getting a sample of what we have today. Again, just hover tanks running as well. There will be treaded tanks as an option in the full game too.
Looks like Team Trap Money is good to go. See one of the players give the nice little thumbs up there. And it looks like we're going to go ahead and we're going to send it to a quick break here for just a moment as the players are still loading up into the lobby for the second game here in the best of 3. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Core Disruption. Match number 2 of Bnake Goblins versus Team Trap Money coming up next. It is a 1-0 advantage for Team Trap Money. They are just 1 win away from a date with the top seed here in today's event in Morons Cubed. Joey, taking a look at the tanks again, Scorpions across the board, but we are seeing some changes in the weapons department.
Yeah, it looks like they're not going to run full lasers on every tank at this point, which is probably a welcome change coming in from Bnake Goblins.
Both teams have loaded into the amphitheater. Team Trap Money back on the blue side, Bnake Goblins back on the red.
So as they try to find themselves here, John, let's hit on a couple more of the weapons. So we've obviously seen the laser a lot in today's matchup, that one laying down quite a bit of damage. But the other one that we see Team Trap Money running a lot is the Plasma Bolter. It's got a low rate of fire, but overall a moderate projectile speed that lays down heavy damage.
Once again, both teams going towards the north side of the map. Koi taking the initial damage here for Team Trap Money. But it seems both teams playing an even more less aggressive style here, as Koi's pretty much the only one taking the damage. Now Walsh taking the damage as well. Now a man is taking the damage as well. So again, we're seeing the same kind of strategy come out here from the Bnake Goblins. The damage flowing in their favor on the Team Trap Money. But we saw this play out in 2 maps here before. That doesn't mean anything for Trap Money. They're still able to come back.
Yeah, exactly. Bnake Goblins able to lay down quite a bit of damage. You see a lot of yellow on the tanks of Team Trap Money. Unfortunately for them, that Plasma Vulture just laying down such heavy damage and equalizes out much quicker than we expected.
And we're seeing Team Trap Money, they're pretty far apart from each other. We're seeing Bnake Goblins stay together as more of a coherent group. In the end, we'll see if that actually pays out for them, as Walsh now taking the damage for Team Trap Money. Core exposed and rapidly dropping down to 50% health left for Walsh, now down to 30. He is in trouble with that front panel fully exposed, and he will be the first one down as his core is disrupted. It is now 3v2 in favor of Bnake Goblins.
Bnake Goblins painting Walsh like a fence in the backyard, John. Just laser upon laser, continuing to lay them down, and takes out the core in the end.
I like it, the laser brush in the backyard. I have to try that next time, but nonetheless, Bango's in trouble. Down to 60 on his core as well, as Team Trap Money is looking to even this up at 2v2. Koi in trouble as well. All 3 players for Bnake Goblins rotating around on top of him. A man trying to flank to the side, but Koi's in trouble, under 50 on his core health now. The front fully exposed, dropping quickly, and Koi's the next one down.
Koi is down, Banute is exposed, Bangos is exposed as well. 70 and 60 on the damage for them. Unfortunately, it is now a 1v3 for Team Trap Money.
And for a man, it's not so bad damage-wise. The panels are still looking good. 2 cores exposed on the side of Bnake Goblins. It is a tall task to 1v3 in any game, let alone here in core disruption as well. It is going to take great positioning and great aim to really make a massive comeback. But that comeback story is going to come to an end very quickly, as a man is getting deleted here later in the back end of this game. And it is all even at 1 apiece between Team Trap Money and Bnake Goblins.
Absolutely, John. Changing up that strategy seemed to work for the best here. Pulling in that Plasma Bolter ended up allowing them to lay down that extra damage.
Absolutely. And 3v1ing is never fun if you're on the one side. Let's be honest here. That is a tough challenge. But in a perfect position here for a man there is the fact that 2 of those tanks had their cores fully open. So the damage was already there. It was possible. It's a tall task. It's very difficult to try to do that, not just here in core disruption, but in pretty much any game out there. 3v1, very, very difficult. So Bnake Goblins evens this one up at 1 apiece. We're heading to our first game 3 here today at the World Premier Tournament.
Absolutely, and I don't think we see too many adjustments coming in here. It looked like both teams had the setups. Unfortunately, just some 3v1s early on. As we mentioned, the lasers just kind of painting away at cores of Team Trap Money. If they can avoid those situations of being taken on 2v1s or 3v1s, they should be able to go back to what we saw in the original game.
So we did see some changes there in that second match from Bnake Goblins, mainly when it came to weapons, and it paid off. It was a gamble that worked. Maybe it was a gamble, maybe it wasn't a gamble. Maybe they practiced it, and they just pulled it out of their back pocket here when they were down 1-0 after that first map. But it seemed to work. It's probably something they're going to stick with going forward here, going into Game 3.
Yeah, I think the other thing that worked really well was grouping up. Initially, we saw them spread out a little bit more, and now they grouped up. And they really tackled one target overall, kind of going for picks like you see in some other esports titles, and that ended up being a big difference maker, getting that early advantage.
Yeah, so that really kind of answers the question there. Is spreading out or grouping up the better option? Well, if one team is playing far apart and you're staying together as a group, it is so much easier to pick players off when it's a 3v1 situation, because now the other two players on the other team have to find a way to rotate around to provide assistance, and a lot of time it's a little bit too late.
Yeah, and the other thing is to watch out for flanks. We saw those in the first game, the one that ended up crashing. But in the end, those flank opportunities can come in. If you circle down on one person, you can potentially leave your side or your back exposed, and that could be a huge difference maker as well.
Absolutely. So one game apiece for both of these teams as we head into Game 3, the final match here of this best of 3. The winner will go on to take on Morons Cubed in the next round. Still 2 more rounds of matches coming up after this match as well, match 3 and 4. For our other competitors as well. As you can see on your screen, Assassins, there we go. Assassins going up against Savage Academy. Joey, it is going to be a long night if I have to keep doing that. And then Garfelf going up against Thonk will close out the first round as we are looking to crown a champion here today at the world premiere tournament of Core Disruption. Again, thousands of dollars on the line. Who doesn't love money, especially if you're a college student? Money is always great.
Absolutely, John. It'll be exciting to see who ends up taking this one, as you said, going into that final best of 3. I'm really excited to see what adjustments we do see coming out. Again, for me, it's not as much the weapons as the grouping. I think the grouping advantage ended up being really good for Bnake Goblins here, changing that strategy up.
So now if you're Team Trap Money and you realize that the spreading out tactic didn't really work if the other team's grouping up and picking you off one by one, how do you make that change as well? Do you group up as well, possibly risking a lot of damage being spread across 3 players at the very beginning of the team, or do you try to see if that spread out tactic will work, just maybe be a little bit more aggressive, work on those flanks a little bit more, maybe have a 3-way flank where you kind of surround them all together if they're going to stay grouped up?
Yeah, it's definitely a possibility, and we saw with the lasers, it seems like Bnake Goblins is going to lay down that damage early regardless of who they end up going after. It just comes down to the grouping of Team Trap Money as well. I think personally you go for some kind of rotation. You do have that plasma bolter coming out, so that's going to lay that pinpoint damage, very high damage as well, but you just got to find a way to get those shots.
So in Game 2, Bnake Goblins was the one that had their backs against the wall. They had to make some changes going into Game 2, and it paid off. Now it's Team Trap Money who needs to make the changes as well, as it is even at 1 apiece across the board heading into map 3 of this best of 3 series between Bnake Goblins and Team Trap Money. Again, Scorpions across the board, and we're seeing those changes with those weapons pretty much stick here for Game 3 as well.
Yeah, no lasers either from the side of Team Trap Money. It looks like they're going to mainly stick to those plasma bolters, laying down that high damage over time. It does take a little bit longer to take those shots, but in the end, they do lay that high damage.
The teams are loading into the amphitheater just moments away from Game 3, the deciding match between Team Trap Money and Bnake Goblins. As both teams are out of their hangars and they are looking for each other. We'll see if Bnake Goblins keeps that tactic of grouping together. We'll see if Team Trap Money will stay spread out. Right now, it looks like they're going to stick together as well, being a little bit more patient, kind of weighing towards the center of the map a bit. Meanwhile, Bnake Goblins swinging around the outside of the map. This is definitely a different style of play than what we saw in the beginning, but with a small map like Amphitheater, it's just a matter of seconds before they find each other.
Yeah, and it looks like the spawning has been done as Koi is starting to take some damage on the time of Team Trap Money from those lasers on the side of Bnake Goblins. A little bit being traded back and forth, though, as Bnake takes some front left as well.
Team Trap Money being incredibly patient, using those buildings to their advantage as well. Man's taking damage on the front end. Koi damage spread all over the panels, along with Walsh taking damage all over the tank as well. On the side of Bnake Goblins, they're looking pretty good. Bnuk's the only one has, I wouldn't say too much significant damage, but it's all isolated to the front end of the tank, as Team Trap Money still kind of being passive here. The aggressiveness coming from Bnake Goblins, and that might come back to hurt them.
But we've seen this time and time again, John. They lay down that damage, and it comes through nicely. The thing is all about separating them from the opposing players. Amon possibly being pulled down here by Bnake.
Bnake and the McCool trying to rotate around. They bump into each other there a little bit, as now all the teams are kind of rotating around in a circle there now, as Bengals ends up backing in to one of the structures. He's kind of stuck there a little bit. That's going to be an advantage for Team Trap Money. Can they take advantage of it? Bengals down to 12 on the core, and Bengals might be the first one to go. He will be the first one to go. Bumping into that building cost him dearly, as he's the first one to drop in the deciding game.
Yeah, a little bit of a dip there in the end. Ends up being a huge difference maker. Still, the damage is done to Team Trap Money. All the plating very yellow. That core almost fully exposed, but still a little bit of damage needing to be done by those lasers on the side of Bnake Goblins.
Now Team Trap Money with the one-player advantage, trying to make the most of it. Koi trying to flank around onto Bnake. Bnake will drop down. The gamble paid off. It's now a 3v1. Team Trap Money 1 kill away from advancing.
John, Team Trap Money taking quite a bit of damage on their plating, but the core is fully there. 300 health between them. While on the side of the McCool, not fully exposed yet, but it's getting close.
McCool has some damage to the core, down to 60. He is in trouble. The 3v1 dream will die with the McCool as Team Trap Money advances to take on the #1 seed next round in Morons Cubed.
And John, you saw the damage from the Plasma Bolter there as well, just lighting up that core when it comes out. It's slow and steady. It doesn't have the fastest rate of fire, but when it comes down, that high damage does as well.
So let's talk a little bit about the strategy we saw here in the third map for Team Trap Money. They definitely played a lot slower than we saw in the first two maps. They allowed Bnake Goblins to be the aggressor. And sometimes that gamble really does pay off, because when the other team starts to feel comfortable being the aggressor, they take gambles and risks that don't really pay off always. And if they don't pay off, you get exposed, and that's exactly what we saw. Team Trap Money took that to their advantage and made them pay.
Yeah, in every single one of these matches, Bnake Goblins laying down the damage early, but then moving in. When they were able to corner a player and kind of get a pick off, it ended up working very well. But when it was a classic 3-on-3, that damage ended up coming right back at him through that Plasma Bolter.
And then if there is a today's feels bad moment, is when you're backing your tank up and there happens to be a building there. And then you get stuck, and then next thing you know, your core is disrupted. Situational awareness is absolutely key in a game like Core Disruption, especially in the VR component of this game, where you actually have to physically swivel your head around to figure out where you are when you're on the map. It adds a completely different element to this game. It's very unique. It's a lot of fun, but at the same time, you have to actually look behind at all times as well.
Absolutely, and that's something we can touch on as well. So as you guys can see on screen, they are wearing VR headsets, but they're also on mouse and keyboard, so a little bit different from what you typically have in a VR title.
Absolutely. It's a little bit of a hybrid between traditional esports like we see with that mouse and keyboard setup versus VR, where they have like an Oculus controller in your hand as well. So a nice little hybrid between what we see in traditional esports and VR gaming as well. Very, very exciting. So with that, we are going to throw it to a quick break, but don't go anywhere. The next match is around the corner. You're watching the world premiere tournament of Core Disruption live from the University of Maryland. Welcome back to the University of Maryland in College Park, Maryland. We are live for the world premiere tournament of Core Disruption. Joey, 2 matches in the books. Match number 3 is coming up next. Shadow Assassins is one of the teams. They'll be going up against Savage Academy as well. Joe, was a little bit of a tongue twister for me earlier on.
Yeah,
in
the
the
name
broadcast.
crept up on you a little bit
Snuck
earlier
up.
on.
It wasn't like we had
time.
the introductions or anything else in the regular, in the first half of the show or anything. But anywho, both of these teams going up. It's number 2 seed going up against the number 7 seed here. Again, 2 matches in the book. 3rd match coming up next. Saw 2 very different styles of play in our first 2 matches. I'm kind of curious to see, is there a third way to play this game? Is there a third, maybe off meta of Core Disruption we'll see here coming in this match?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is each time in both match 1 and match 2, we saw one team go full lasers to kick things off. That's 9 lasers, and while they do paint that damage pretty far away, as you get closer and as you have some of the other weapons like the Plasma Bolter, that heavy damage starts to fall off.
Absolutely. See both teams starting to load in. We are just moments away from the first game here of this best of 3 series. Savage Academy on the blue side. Shadow Assassins. Oh, almost did it again. Almost on the red side. Joey, Shadow Assassins is the number 2 seed. Savage Academy is the 7th seed. We saw a 4v5 last go around. That was a very evenly matched contest between those 2 teams. Now we're seeing a little bit of a lopsided in the seed standing, but that means nothing where any given Saturday here, any team can win.
Yeah, absolutely. Morons Cube coming in as that number 1 seed, but being pushed quite a bit in that early matchup up against the number 8 seed. They did go 2-0 in the end, but the damage was laid down and it was quite close.
Both teams have found each other. Joey, Killer Skittles taking the damage first for Savage Academy, lighting up both sides and the front part of the tank. Same with his other teammates as well. Shadow Assassins looking pretty good. Energy Swords taking a little bit more damage to the front left panel of the vehicle as well. No one's core is exposed as of yet, as both teams starting to try to rotate around these obstacles, looking for those clear sights to lay down some damage.
Yeah, both teams with lasers coming out. Energy Sword now with the front plating down on the right side, while Vixel TTV also down on the left.
Yeah, both cores have some damage on them as well. Energy Swords looking a little worse off than Vixality TTV. Both teams still trying to get their first player down. Energy Swords down to 32 on the core, with that front right panel fully exposed. Nothing blocking there. Will have to try his best. Now the entire front side of that tank for Energy Swords completely exposed in that core. He's in trouble. Have to try to find a way. Nope, doesn't matter. Obstacle or not, Energy Swords is the first victim here in game 1. Killer Skittles taking some damage to the core as well, along with Super Chan. Super Chan taking some more damage too, down to 16. Shadow Assassins might be down to 1 player in just the next few moments. They will. Sir Kill-A-Lot, the last one standing for the Assassins. It is a 3v1. And Sir Kill-A-Lot, his days might be numbered here in game 1.
Yeah, just like his name says, John, he's going to have to kill a lot here. In fact, 3 tanks in a 1v3 to pull this one back. Vixel's core is exposed. Killer Skittles also with the core exposed, but Sir Kill-A-Lot feeling and tasting the rainbow here from Killer Skittles in that laser.
Under 50% here for Sir Kill-A-Lot. Down to 16 left on the core. It's just a matter of moments for Sir Kill-A-Lot. Kind of being knocked around there just a little bit. Down to 10, down to 0, and match 1 of this best of 3 goes to Savage Academy.
John, I think it's safe to say they were pretty savage in that one. They came out early on, taking 1 tank down, then taking 2 tanks down, finding themselves in that 1v3 situation, laying down the damage and getting the job done.
Yeah, Sir Kill-A-Lot there didn't really kill a lot there. Also, a 3v1 is very difficult. We talked about that a little bit earlier on in the show. But nonetheless, we're seeing that slow pace style play out here once again. Both teams really trying to feel each other out when it comes down to positioning. We're seeing group play. We're also seeing the spread out play from both sides as well. It feels like a hybrid mix of the two is possibly the way to go.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's all about laying down damage. We see a lot of teams spreading it out, but if you can eventually poke through to the core of one of the players and cut yourself into a 3v2 situation, it becomes much, much easier from there.
Yeah, and really this is the second match in a row where we've seen the team that starts out putting down the most damage fresh out of the gate when they come out of the hangar is the team that ended up losing. So really, the early advantage, I don't even think you can call it an advantage because that early damage didn't really pay off. Or, on the other side, you could say that early damage forced the other team to abandon their strategy, and they have to worry more about spreading that damage out over all of the other plates on their vehicle, which we've seen now 2 times in a row actually work out for that team.
Yeah, I think a lot of it comes down to confidence as well. When you do get that early damage, you start to press up a little bit, you start to push the opponent into a corner, or potentially a building, depending on where you are on the map. But in the end, that allows them to take an advantage because they come up and they expose themselves from the side.
So game 1 of this best of 3 series in the books. And Shadow Assassin down 1-0. Savage Academy takes the win. They're going to have to make some changes in their playstyle because, again, like you said, Joey, the aggressive playstyle hasn't really been working out in this last map versus the last match as well. We're seeing the team that has been ultra aggressive usually is the one that ends up falling in the long game. Now, if it's something that you want to stick forward to, you want to be the aggressor from the get-go, it feels like you almost have to fully commit to it. You cannot make that change mid-map or mid-game to say, hey, you know, we're going to go from being ultra-aggressive to now we're going to play passive, because now it just seems like it's too much for these teams to really try to make that strategy words change mid-game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think they do a good job kiting around for quite a while, too. They get the damage down early on, but then when they move in, that's when we see these cores start to get exposed, particularly for that team that starts off early on with that damage coming out. I think if you're going to do that, maybe rotate around a little bit, look for some more flanking opportunities, and so far we haven't seen too much of that today.
Absolutely, and we're starting to see some changes as the day goes on. We're not seeing teams fully commit to lasers. I say that as just as the graphic pops up, it is pretty much all lasers once again. Scorpions across the board, laser weapons as well. They seem to be doing the job here, Joey. Obviously, the longer range, the consistent damage, just the big question mark here is how you manage that cooldown. And that comes down to positioning as well, using that cover to help cool down your weapons as well.
Well, and you also have a ton of length to work with as well. When you have all these lasers available, you can stick to long range. You don't necessarily have to move in. You can keep really painting your targets from far off. And that's something we've seen some teams fall into a trap to. They get that early damage and then they move in with those lasers.
We have loaded into the amphitheater. Both teams coming out of the hangars. Joey, the one thing we have not seen is teams go in the opposite direction here on the initial start. We haven't seen anyone kind of wait, just as I say that,
yeah.
just as I say that, it feels like it's a caster curse, as now we're seeing Savage Academy rotate to the left as Shadow Assassins are rotating to the right. Now it looks like both teams might be pushing in towards the center here a little bit, as Savage Academy starting to spread out a bit, trying to find those buildings to hide behind as the damage coming out onto Chai Master Zen starting out here early.
Yeah, the damage coming out, but already, John, a little bit longer into the game and seeing much less damage on the side of Savage Academy already to their plating. Meanwhile, they are returning it pretty heavily on Shadow Assassins as well.
They are, and Shadow Assassins not being aggressive. They're not being as aggressive as we saw last go around. They're using those buildings for coverage, trying to find their angles and their sight lines to do quick damage. They're not looking for prolonged damage. They're looking for quick hits, and they're moving back. You can see them on your screen right now, kind of strafing back and forth between those buildings. You can see Sir Kill-A-Lot right now and Super Chan kind of moving back and forth, opening those gaps, finding those sightlines, and quickly moving back to save the damage on those panels.
And again, if you're playing lasers, this is exactly what you want to do. Paint that damage from a distance. You have plenty of range with the lasers. On top of that, you can use those buildings, wait for that cooldown from the heat, and then move back in.
And then just as that happens, Shadow Assassins hit the gas pedal, and they move in on Savage Academy. But it's Energy Swords with the core taking damage first once again for Shadow Assassins. That aggressive move may have hurt him in the long term. That front right panel completely exposing the core right now. 76 health left for Energy Swords on his core.
And that's exactly what we said they shouldn't be doing, John. They got to stay back if they're going to use full lasers like they currently are. When you do eventually move in like that, you allow yourself to take damage from the other stuff, like we have the Plasma Bolter on the side of Savage Academy. Absolutely laid into Energy Swords there.
And see, right now you can see Killer Skittles might be looking for a possible flank here. No, he's just going to move straight in. He's got all three grouped up, just laying damage down. Super Chan taking damage as well. His core being exposed. The front right panel for both Super Chan and Energy Swords fully exposed, both at 70 and 67 health left on their core. Savage Academy might be the 7th seed here in today's tournament, but they are taking it to Shadow Assassins.
And now that's where you want to see more rotation. They need to make those side panels the panels that end up facing Savage Academy here. If they keep looking straight on, they're going to take more and more damage.
Savage Academy using those buildings to their advantage, spreading the damage all the way around all of their plates. A smart move. All the cores are exposed for Shadow Assassins. They're all taking damage. Savage Academy still looking good. The plates now, just as I say that, Vixtel's the first one to take damage to the core on the side of Savage Academy. They're trying to rotate around now. Taking a look at the Assassins, they're slowly moving as well. They're spread out a little bit more than what we're seeing from Savage Academy. That's going to help prolong them just a little bit longer, but a lot of players under 20 health already for that core.
Yeah, this one's not going to last too much longer if the aggression stays here. There is a little bit of a 1v3 here with Killer Skittles, though.
And that's a quick double kill for the side of Savage Academy. It is quickly a 3 versus 1. Energy Swords, the last man standing, and it's not going to be standing for long. That is a clean 3-0 kill in game 2, and that is a 2-0 sweep for Savage Academy.
Absolutely, the Energy Sword may be a power weapon in Halo, but when it's a 1v3 in Core Disruption, John, it is far from a power weapon, a tough situation to be in, and Savage Academy pulls the win.
Savage Academy taking down the number 2 seed, punching their ticket into the next round. Joey, we saw that the slow play, the patient play really pay off once again between both of these teams. We saw the Assassins really try to come out and be the aggressor, and it came back to bite them once again. It really exposed their cores, and they quickly fell as soon as those cores were exposed after that aggressive push.
Yeah, this seems to be a theme today. With the teams playing full lasers, they end up getting that early damage, but then they move in a little bit too far. They don't realize the advantage that gave them from that distance, able to paint their targets. Once you eventually move in, you allow yourself to take a lot more damage.
All right, 3 matches down, 1 to go here in the quarterfinals for the world premiere tournament of Core Disruption. Up next is going to be Garfelf going up against Thonk, the final matchup here in the quarterfinals before we head on over to the semifinals. We're going to throw it to a quick break, but on the other side, that last matchup, don't go anywhere. You're watching Core Disruption. And welcome back to Core Disruption's world premiere tournament here live at the University of Maryland in College Park, Maryland, alongside Joey Courtside King McDermott. My name is John Fiasco Byram. 3 matches down, 1 to go left here in the quarterfinals. And Joey, it is Garfelf versus Thonk coming up next.
Absolutely. Should be a good one. 2 great names on the field here as well, John. So far today, we've seen a lot of Scorpion tanks. It looks like that will be the theme here as well. Both teams going with full weapons, though. One team selecting for the full lasers, while the other side going for a little bit of a different approach here.
It looks absolutely great. And that's one of the things we're seeing as today's tournament continues to progress here is different strategies. And we're seeing another one here where laser's not going to be the king for at least Thonk going forward.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see how that comes out as well. So far, we've seen one team that selects all lasers end up getting the win early on in Morons Cubed. But from there, there was a little bit of an adjustment. It didn't quite go that way in Map 2.
All right, it is time for game 1 of this best of 3. Garfelf on the side of the blue team and Thonk on the side of the red. It is now underway here in this best of 3, the final match here in the quarter final round. Joey, it is a weekend. I'm feeling it. And right now we finally have it going. We have 2 teams going in the opposite direction of each other. We have both teams going in a circle, trying to find each other. But the great thing is with this map kind of being reimagined from the first time we saw this map during group play just a little over a year ago, that middle structure is now wide open. It's been taken out of this map, and now there's a lot more clear sight lines. So I can guarantee you right now, both teams realize where each other are. They both have stopped rotating. They're kind of feeling each other out. So before we talked about how the other teams kind of went from a super aggressive playstyle to a more passive kind of playstyle, Joey, right now, we're just seeing a parking lot. It feels like I'm on I-95 waiting for something to happen.
Yeah, this is about as passive as it can get. I believe they've seen each other on the side of the screen, but not 100% sure as both teams not really making too much movement. The side of Garfelf really waiting out to try to catch someone out.
And Garfelf kind of really staying together as a team. Cats right now kind of flanking a little bit to the south where they're currently positioned, trying to see if he can find where exactly Garfelf is hiding. And with all those structures in the way, counting 3 structures, it might be a little bit harder to spot him from there.
Yeah, I think that's pretty accurate, John. Seeing no spotting as of yet. We're continuing to count down about a minute and a half into this one. Garfelf looking like they're not planning on moving anytime soon. A little bit of movement coming out from Double Dog, but not very much. While on the side of Thonk, we see them actually rotating the opposite way.
Both teams not wanting to be the aggressor here. I mean, I don't blame them. We saw the aggressor in several matches prior to this one end up losing. So they're trying to force the other team to make that first move. And now we're starting to see Thonk. They're making that rotation around. Will Garfelf see it in time? They're slowly rotating. Double Dog hasn't moved as of yet, still at the farthest position away. And now Thonk is slowly creeping in. Garfelf still hasn't seen them yet. They're using that cover. Garfelf is completely unaware. They're about to be flanked from the side. Now they see them. Now they're starting to make their move away. Now Thonk is starting to commit a little bit more, and Garfelf is starting to retreat. We're now at 7.5 minutes left here in the first game, and we're starting to see those sight lines open up, and those shots are now underway. Double Dog has to quickly get back to the rest of his team because Thonk is starting to lay down some damage.
Yeah, and we do see the lasers coming out there from the side of Garfelf. For the side of Thonk, though, John, they're all running railguns. That's a lower rate of fire, but a very high projectile speed. It's going to do pinpoint damage, and they come off very hot as well. So the cooldowns will be there. We're seeing those shots come off, but the cooldown's also coming in quickly.
Very long-range battling going on right now. We'll have to take a look at the damage on the plates. Both teams now kind of in the open, only having one building to hide behind. So now we're taking a look at those damages on the plates. On the side of Thonk, taking the most damage so far. They were the aggressor, but so far the damage spread out pretty evenly across all of their vehicles.
Now this is something, again, we've seen up against teams taking on that 3-laser approach. Those lasers paint that early damage. The mistakes other teams have made is then they move in with the lasers instead of continuing on their advantage. And we do see a little bit of that here with some flanking, but they are moving back as well.
Now Sloth Monkey has that damage isolated to the left side of his vehicle as well, as now Garfelf is starting to move around. They're trying to make a split here between Thonk because they're spread out just a bit. Cats and Goof is separated from J4 Link. And now they're starting to regroup again. Close quarter combat. It is bumper to bumper traffic right now between both of these teams. The damage starting to come down. Cats has his core exposed, taking damage down to 87 health left. And right now, Garfelf, all the cores still at 100%.
Yeah, perfect situation to be in if you are Garfelf. John, they are just coming out very strong here, continuing to paint that damage down. Cat's already exposed, taking 62 damage. But again, we see a lot of damage coming out from Thonk, running those, the railguns. They're going to continue to lay down high damage.
Absolutely. We just saw 2 massive hits to the front left panel for Slop Monkey and Double Dog. That front left panel is absolutely gone. 2 massive hits on the side. Double Dog's in trouble, but Cats is already down for Thonk. It is a 3v2, the advantage for Garfelf, but not for too long. 2 cores are exposed. Double Dog down to 20 health on his core. They could easily even this one up, and now Sloth Monkey down to 50 as well.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. The railgun not packing the punch that the Bolter does, but overall it still does have high damage, and we're going to see that come in as the 2 cores are exposed.
Now Goof's front left panel is gone as well, taking slight damage at 98. Nothing to be worried about as of yet. Just needs to spread that damage around the rest of the vehicle. Now Garfelf spread out a little bit, splitting Thonk up. They are nowhere close to each other. Now Goof is in trouble, down to 56. All the cores have been touched now on the side of Garfelf. And they are just, it's just a matter of angles for Thonk. It is still doable. 33% for Goof, 100% still there for J4 Link. They're looking fine. It is now a 2v2 as Frendo has dropped. Double Dog, the next closest one. Goof might drop next. He's at 17 for Thonk, now down to 9. It is a 2v1, and Link still has 100% left on his core. The plate's still intact on his vehicle. He has a chance to pull off the 2v1.
Yeah, really risky play from Double Dog, staying so far back, but so far getting the damage down. A little bit disruptions there between buildings, but now moving forward, joining his teammate, that 2v1 becomes realized.
Down to 10 for Slothmonkey, down to 20 for Double Dog. Link down to 59. The front now fully exposed for his vehicle, down to 40, but Sloth goes down. Double Dog, it's a 1v1. The advantage on the side of Thonk, 25-20. Now for both of these players, it's Link versus Double Dog. The 1v1, and Link has done it. He has 2v1 and takes game 1.
Only 3 health remaining there, John. What a storied finish. Big damage coming out. In the end, it just ended up being that heat being the difference maker, coming off cooldown, just slightly behind.
Can he do it 3v1? I mean, he did it 2v1. I mean, why not 3v1? I mean, why not make it a little bit more challenging for him? That was absolutely an exciting way to finish the first game of this best of 3. Link with 3 health left. That's all he had was 3. He came into that 2v1, core fully intact, was able to withstand the damage from the 2v1, takes down 2 tanks that were absolutely touched on their core. I mean, their core was already like 60 and 40% gone by that point in time. Was able to survive and takes home a crucial game 1 win in this best of 3.
Yeah, the railgun really being the finisher there. In the end, it does pull up that high damage. It's a little bit slower of a reload time compared to the heat of the lasers, but it was enough, John. It was enough time to keep that 3 health and get the final kill.
Absolutely. We saw 2 times during that last matchup how that weapon choice actually played out for Thonk, because we saw 2 massive shots not only take down the front left panel of Garfelf's tanks, but also put a quick 20 damage onto their core as well in just 1 shot. It's a big risk and reward when it comes to that type of weapon, because like you said, high damage, slow reload time. So you have to play around that, and it feels like that's the reason why they were playing a little bit slower, because they were playing around the limitations of those weapons.
And John, this is once again another higher seeded team running full lasers out of the gate, coming out with 9 lasers, and outside of Morons Cubed, it's not really been working out too well for the top seed so far.
Absolutely, and Morons Cube being the ultra-aggressive team that we've seen so far here, where everyone else has kind of played a little bit more passive. So maybe it's a combination of, if you do run lasers, you might have to be the aggressive team. But we'll see here later on as the tournament goes on, as Morons Cube have moved on to the semifinal round as well. But Joey, if you're Garfelf going forward, going into game 2, your back's now up against the wall. You have to win this to force game 3. Obviously, the strategy in game 1, it worked for a bit. Playing it slow, playing the position game, using those obstacles for cover, it worked out for about 3 minutes. But as soon as the aggression started, as soon as they became close quarter battles and that high damage started to come out, they fell pretty quick.
Yeah, the lasers paint a lot of consistent damage, but it takes longer to get through that plating and then eventually to the core. What we see coming out with the railgun or the plasma bolter is higher damage. It comes out a little bit slower initially, but once it pokes through, it does heavy damage.
Absolutely. So we are just moments away from game number 2 between a very closely contested matchup between Thonk and Garfelf. I mean, Joey, that came down to literally the last 4 health points. I felt like it could go any way.
Last three health points.
3, pardon me. I was off by 1.
1 HP. Huge difference maker, honestly, in that one.
Absolutely. And it was just an absolute battle towards the end. I'm expecting a little bit more of the same here in game 2. It's an evenly matched matchup here between Garfelf and Thonk. Now, the real question comes down to is, are we going to see that standoff once again like we saw in the beginning? Felt like it was a good 2.5, 3 minutes before we got any action here going on. Honestly, it felt like I was stuck on the Capitol Beltway waiting for traffic to go here a little bit, just kind of waiting for for both teams to find each other.
Yeah, I think this one's probably approached a little bit more aggressively. While I do like the waiting game in the end, it did not work out for one team pretty heavily, the team that ended up waiting the longest. So I do think we see a bit more aggression coming out from Garfelf.
All right, looks like the players are ready to go. We are moving into game number 2. We will see now the equipment selected for both teams. Joey, Scorpions across the board, and once again, Thonk sticking with what worked in the first game.
Yeah, Thonk sticking with the railguns. A little bit of a change-up, though. We do still have a high majority of lasers on the side of Garfelf, but varying things up a little bit, trying to bring some more projectiles into the mix.
Garfelf, I mean, they had the advantage. It was 2v1. Their biggest thing was they were unable to continue to spread the damage around those last 2 players' tanks. Their front panels were exposed. Their cores were getting hit. They came in at less than 100% on their core. Meanwhile, on the side of Thonk, they had 1 player, Link, still had plenty of damage to give on his armor plating, had plenty of damage to give on the core as well, coming into that 2v1 with 100%. Definitely in his favor, but it just feels like one more rightly timed shot on the side of Garfelf, and this could have been a completely different match.
Yeah, absolutely. 3 HP was the difference. Any shot, anywhere, it almost feels like could have been the difference maker. In the end, the rotations came out, though. And it does look like we'll be loading into game 3 with game 2 rather, with slightly different setups from both sides. One team continuing to run the railgun, but the adjustment on the other side bringing some projectiles into the mix.
Joey, strap your seatbelts on. Game number 2 ready to go, and we are already doing the circle dance. Both teams going in opposite directions. We'll see how long it takes this time. Again, about 2.5 minutes back in game 1 before the action really started here. We'll see if it is a little less of a wait here in game number 2, but with that ending in game 1, I don't mind waiting another 2 minutes.
Yeah, we'll have to see how this one comes out. It does look like they will both be pretty passive overall. You are seeing slight rotations coming around as they continue to go to clockwise to hopefully find one another here shortly.
And if they keep going in that same pathing, they will eventually meet up. Again, taking their time, moving building from building, using that as cover, trying to move together as a team. Again, not really spreading apart, but also not really grouping, still allowing plenty of room. If things get a little spicy there, they can move around a little bit. We see Garfelf just taking their time. Frendel kind of dropping down a little bit from the rest of the team, looking to see if they're trying to come around from the south end. They are not, as Thonk, as you can see on your screen right now, staying true to that north side of the map. They're trying to make Garfelf make the first move. Now, Cats being a little aggressive here, going out in the open a little bit. Double Dog starting to poke around that tower, but Cats moves back in time, using that center building to their advantage to try to hide a little bit more.
Yeah, aggressive's a very relative word here, John. Not really moving forward too much, but it does look like the exposure should come out here if Double Dog's looking that direction.
And now the hero of last game, Link, is seen first and takes the damage. Communicates with the rest of the team. Now Goof moving in as well. Cats is there. But Garfelf is holding true, using that tower as their main source of defense right now. Double Dog takes a little damage on the left side of the tank. Frendel on the front panel as well.
Yeah, a little bit of damage being traded back and forth, but honestly not too much. Link getting lit up a bit, but still very much in the yellow. Not really too much exposure, really on any bit of the core as of yet.
Still the passive gameplay continuing here at the 740 mark. Here in game 2, it is 1-0 advantage of Thonk after a thrilling end in game 1. So we're waiting to see how both of these teams adjust here in game 2. Link, the hero who had the 2v1 win at the end. All panels have some damage, but nothing too concerning as of yet. The rest of his team looks pretty good as well. Now Goof's starting to move in here a little bit. Thonk might try to be a little aggressive here. More damage put down onto Link as Cats now links up with Goof towards the middle of the building.
Also keep an eye on Link and Cats. Both weapons taking some damage here. We have all 3 weapons for the side of Link. Cats rather taking 2 weapons with some damage. You can't disable weapons in this game, so that is a big thing to look out for as well.
So those weapons indicators on the top of the tanks as well. And a lot of damage coming out from Garfelf right now. All the tanks on the side of Thonk have damage. Frendel's front left panel completely gone, and the core has damage. Down to 80. Those heavy shots coming in from Thonk starting to pay off once again.
And that is big here. Now they know that Frindle has a very big weakness in that left side. If they continue to hit away at that, that could end up being a huge difference maker, making this a quick 3v2.
And Link trying to draw that attention away from his teammates. Now Frendel looking for possibly a flank play here. Sees Cats and Goof towards the north side of that obstacle, and now will fall back. Now Double Dog is going to move around as well. Looking for more sightlines. Goof and Link taking more damage.
And this, I really like the play from Garfelf here. Yes, you do have some damage on Frindle down, but they're playing lasers the way I think lasers should be played. They're continuing to stay back, continuing to poke away. Typically, when we've seen teams take advantages early on with lasers, they've moved in and played aggressive and really given up their advantage in doing so.
Garfelf using that back wall and tower to their advantage. While at the center is Thonk, but Double Dog takes a massive hit. Soft Monkey takes a big hit to the right front side of the tank as well. Down to 60 and 50 health on the side of Garfelf. And meanwhile, Thonk is still sitting pretty with all their cores intact. It is trouble for Garfelf.
Yeah, Thonk took a lot of damage there on their plating, but nothing on the core as of yet. Garfelf with those cores shown, and a lot of that reasoning being, John, they're not using the walls as much here, and they start to have Goof Snarl coming around from the side here from Thonk, laying down extra damage as well.
Frendel, what is he doing? Completely surrounded by Thonk. One player goes down. It is Frendel. The aggressive play ends up coming back to haunt him. Double Dog around the corner onto Goof. Still in trouble here. He's down to 50 for Double Dog. That aggressive play onto Goof, not resulting in any damage to the core whatsoever. Sloth starting to drop down to 20. He's gone. The core is absolutely obliterated. It is now a 3v1 for Double Dog. He's down to 20 health left. It is just a matter of time. It is a 3v1, and Thonk will finish it off for the clean 2-0 sweep.
Absolutely big stuff coming out from Thonk there, John. Continuing to lay down that damage. Garfield staying back with the lasers, and it worked pretty well to paint the armor. Unfortunately, not able to penetrate that core in the end as Thonk just continued to lay down the heavy rounds.
I think I'm with everyone else here. I was hoping for the 3v1 pull-off there. We saw a 2v1 in the match before. Why not a 3v1? Alas, it did not happen. It is in favor of Thonk taking the 2-0 win in less dramatic fashion here in Game 2. But nonetheless, they have punched their ticket into the semifinals as well. Great play style. Again, a little bit of slower pace there in the beginning, but it plays off, especially with their weapon choice. You definitely want to make sure you land those massive, massive hits, and it paid off once again.
Yeah, the thing with Garfelf is they would usually give up one plating in the front, whether that be left or right. You can use buildings to take that as an advantage. Once that plate's removed, hide behind a building a little bit for your left side or right side, depending on which side ended up taking that damage, and still continue to lay down that damage, but give yourself more of the armor as well.
Quarterfinals have come to an end. Joey, we're going to toss it to a very quick break. During the intermission, we're going to have some members from the Mplex team come on. We'll talk a little bit about Core Disruption, and then we will start the semifinals right after that. So don't go anywhere. You are watching the world premiere tournament of Core Disruption live from the University of Maryland. And welcome back to the University of Maryland here in College Park, Maryland, for the world premiere tournament of Core Disruption. Alongside Joey Courtside King McDermott, my name is John Fiasco-Barman. We are joined by Galen of Mplex. Galen, thank you so much for joining us here today.
Yeah, thank you, John and Joey. I really appreciate you coming out here. You guys have been doing a great job.
Appreciate it. So just a few questions here for you today. Just to kind of give our viewers at home and the people here that are watching live in the audience a little more information about this amazing game that you and your team have been working on. Obviously, it's a VR-based game, and when it comes to VR gaming, one of the things that a lot of people are afflicted by is that VR motion sickness. But that seems to be something you guys have been working on and maybe have cured going forward.
Yeah, well, cure's a strong word, but we want to make sure that as many people as possible can play the game and play it comfortably. There's a lot of people that are very sensitive to VR simulation sickness, and we wanted to make sure we wanted to reduce as many barriers as possible to the platform. And the biggest barrier, in our opinion, is that simulation sickness issue.
Yeah, the other thing, Galen, that I think is really cool is that you guys are developing an AR app as well. What can you tell us about that today?
Yeah, so for everyone who doesn't have a VR headset, you can actually fire up an AR app on your phone to watch matches live through a phone and through other AR devices as well. So like on tablet and actually even VR. So even if you do have a VR headset, you'll be able to watch matches for free as well.
Awesome. So if someone loads into this AR app, what exactly are they seeing come up on there?
Yeah, so you'll be able to actually see different matches play out live. There's going to be a little bit of a delay, of course, so that you can watch matches without, feeding information to other players and things like that. But you'll be able to watch, if you have a favorite player that you like to follow, you'll be able to fire up the app and actually search for their match. If they're playing live, you can go into their match and watch it right there.
Awesome. And is this all an in-tank view, or are they getting the VR headset view, or are they looking more at the overall map, like from a top-down view?
Yeah, it's going to be like a hologram. Looking down like in Star Wars where they had the hologram set up on the chessboard. It's something like that. An overhead view where you can kind of get a overall look at what's happening during the match.
Sounds absolutely amazing. And the other thing, Galen, what is the price of this app? If someone wants to spectate on this, are they paying $10? Is it going to be free? What are we looking at?
Yeah, no, it's going to be totally free. So on virtually every platform, mobile, AR devices, VR, it'll be a free launch to coincide with the game.
Awesome. Well, so far today's tournament has gone fantastically. Is there anything else you want to tell everyone spectating today?
Yeah, just the matches have been really great so far. I think a lot of the competitors have been learning along the way. Obviously, the game is still in pre-alpha, so some balancing issues are obviously apparent still. We're working on it. We're getting as much feedback as we can from the community. That includes these players here, but they've been making it work, and we really appreciate the support, and we've been getting a lot of positive feedback. So I think a lot of people really enjoying it.
All right, so with 4 matches down, we're going to the semifinals. How have you seen this community really take a hold of this project and really make it their own and play it in a way that brings this game to life?
Well, these are the players that are going to be helping form the experience. So a lot of the feedback that we get, we put directly into the game. We're still a very small studio, so we're very agile. And we're able to take the input that people like, there were even suggestions that were just made yesterday before the match that we were able to get in this morning before the tournament started. So we're very quick and responsive to the community, and they're going to actually, they're almost going to be developers themselves. They're going to have a hand in making the experience.
Absolutely fantastic. Galen from Mplex, thank you so much for joining us here on the intermission. We're going to toss it to a quick break. On the other side, the semifinals are around the corner. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Core Disruption. And welcome back to the University of Maryland for the world premiere tournament of Core Disruption. It is time for the semifinals, and up first, it's the number 1 seed, Morons Cubed, going up against Team Trap Money.
Absolutely, John. In the first match today, Morons Cubed came out and ran 9 lasers, 3 per tank. Overall, one of the teams to actually do it successful. We've seen a lot of teams go down on that strategy today. It looks like they will be running something similar, but they are switching in and bringing a railgun onto one of their Scorpion tanks.
So we're seeing all Scorpions once again. The poor Talon tank hasn't been selected once at all today. The Talon, the other tank available for the world premiere tournament as well, but the Scorpion obviously being favored by all these teams. But yeah, Joey, absolutely. The Morons Cubed being the only team to successfully run 9 lasers, now switching up here in the semifinals. During the break, Joey, I did have a chance to kind of take a look at some of the teams here, and they were definitely talking strategy before going into the semifinals.
Yeah, absolutely, John. And I think one of the reasons we're not seeing the Talon as much, looking back to the group stage, there were some heavier tanks available with the treads on there, like the Behemoth, for example. The Talon with a very high movement speed, able to really rotate around before the Behemoth was able to get the turret around on it, so that extra movement speed becoming a bigger factor against treaded tanks.
So the top seed, Morons Cube, coming out with a little hybrid style. 1 tank solely not on lasers, so we'll see if that plays out as well. Again, Morons Cube, the number 1 seed, played incredibly well during the play-in phase of this tournament just roughly a year ago. Now they're going up against Team Trap Money. There's a little bit of a hybrid feature themselves, but they're also favoring that railgun as well.
Yeah, a lot of railguns on the side there. It looks like 5, 6, 7 railguns in total for the side of Team Trap Money. That ended up being very good for them in their last match, Sean. We'll see how it goes up against the number 1 seed, Morons Cubed.
Morons Cubed on the blue side, Team Trap Money on the red. Both teams out of their hangars, and the semifinals are officially underway. As Team Trap Money is looking to try to pull the upset against the top-seeded Morons Cubed. And again, Morons Cube playing that little bit more of aggressive style that we saw earlier on in today's broadcast. We're seeing that once again. Both teams converging quickly. Now, this is a gamble. They're going through the alleyway here. They're kind of trapped. And now Team Trap Money has seen them. And now it's up to Morons Cube to try to back out. They are stuck in an alleyway. That position is not where you want to be.
Not at all. And the damage coming down. Derpy taking a lot of damage to the front of his tank already.
Team Trap Money had the advantage there. Poor positioning from Morons Cube. Now they're able to back out of it. Now they're looking to flank on the other side. Koi and Amon trying to move away, as now Morons Cube being ultra aggressive, taking it to him. Creep pushing all the way up, laying some damage down while taking almost none on his end, but Derpy takes a massive hit to the front of the tank, and his core is already taking damage on the side of Morons Cubed.
Yeah, very different strategy here. A lot of teams sitting back and painting with the lasers. This strategy in particular, we see a little round-around going here, John, almost like a merry-go-round as the laser damage keeps coming, but we're also seeing a lot of damage come out from that railgun as well.
And Amon now taking damage on the side of Team Trap Money, down to 70 on the core, but Derpy's down to 60 as well. The aggressive play from Morons Cube comes out and strikes first as Amon drops down. It is now 3 versus 2. Morons Cube being ultra aggressive is actually paying off for them once again, as Koi and Walsh are trying to do everything they possibly can to stay alive. Now Swash now has his core taking damage as well, down to 70 health. Creep has the core hit as well, down to 86. And now it's a 3 versus 1. Koi, the last man standing for Team Trap Money. And it's just a matter of time as Brandon's tank still looks pretty fresh. Creep down to 36, a massive hit coming in from Koi. But it may not be enough, as he is fully surrounded by all 3 players from Morons Cubed. Creep down to 6, 37 for Koi. It's just a matter of time. Does take 1 down. Koi down to 7. Will take 1 with him, but that will do it. Morons Cube taking game number 1. That aggressive style once again paying off for Morons Cube. Really the only team that's pulled off the aggressive play to the point to a win here so far today.
Yeah, absolutely. That railgun does a lot of damage, John, but it takes longer to reload as well, and we see Morons Cube taking advantage of that here. A lot of teams sitting back and painting with lasers, and while that works, they get aggressive a little bit later on. Morons Cube going aggressive all the way from the beginning. but also pulling in a little bit of a railgun of their own, laying down that heavy damage after the paint comes down on the armor from the lasers.
Yeah, it seems like that gamble paid off here a little bit. All 3 tanks not going lasers. They had the one that was fully stocked on the railguns. It seemed to have paid off. It seemed to work. They were able to take down Team Trap Money pretty quickly once they really pressed the gas pedal down on their tanks and just really took it to them. Team Trap Money responded pretty well, but it just came down to the point where they were fully surrounded and their positioning was completely torn, surrounded on all sides.
Absolutely. The lasers lay down that consistent damage, and it does overheat after a little while, but the big thing there is that the recharge time is much, much quicker than what we see coming out of the railguns. They're able to take advantage of that by pushing up so aggressively.
Now, I want to go back here towards the beginning of this game when Morons Cubed made the decision to go into that alleyway along the wall using that obstacle as they're trying to kind of be a little sneaky, trying to sneak up on Team Trap Money. That was a great opportunity for Team Trap Money. If they were able to catch them in that alleyway, they could have easily taken down a tank very early in that game, but instead they weren't able to see where Morons Cubed were, and they were able to recover in time.
Yeah, that was a big difference maker there. They did get pinched there early on, but because they had an out through the backside of the alley, they took it as a smart team would. They were able to back out and reset themselves the way they needed to.
So now going into Game 2, Team Trap Money has their backs against the wall. It's a must-win here in the semifinals if they want to punch their ticket into the grand finals. The team that does not advance will be dropping into the third-place game, which will be carried later on here this evening. But nonetheless, both of these teams, they are looking for that ultimate prize. They want the money. They want the bag, Joey. They want to go home as the first ever champions here of Core Disruption. And for Morons Cube, they're 1 win away from punching their ticket into the grand finals. But Team Trap Money, I feel like they're going to come out. They're going to make those changes that they need to coming here into Game 2. We've seen what they're capable of in their quarterfinal matchup. What are they going to do here to possibly take Game 2 off of Morons Cubed?
Yeah, the biggest thing is if Moron Cube stays with this strategy, they're going to come in with those 2 lasers. They're going to run 1 railgun as well, paint the damage with the lasers, and then put down the finishing blows with that railgun. We saw it work out very well with the aggression that they played in this last match. Now, if you're the other team here, if you're Team Trap, maybe you start sitting back a little bit. Maybe you start having them move forward, and you can lay down that damage while they try to close the gap.
Now, something I would like to see, too, is when Morons Cube makes that aggressive push, rotate around them, surround them on all sides. There's no way for them to be able to take a look at where every single person is on the other team. When that happens, you can easily put down that damage. And if you're running lasers as well, then that's a way you can put down more consistent damage. You have the railgun. It takes longer for you to reload and get your shots off in time. When you're surrounded like that, you can easily spread the damage around, and that might be a tactic that they can take here going into Game 2.
Yeah, the surrounding strategy can work, but it doesn't work as well with the railgun because of that reload time. So if they do throw a few lasers into their lineup or a machine gun or change things up a little bit where they're not just running slow weapons, that could definitely work out as well.
Teams are getting ready for the second match here in this best of 3 in the semifinals. Morons Cubed 1 win away from punching their ticket to the grand finals. Game 2 coming up. Again, it is all Scorpions across the board, and now we're seeing more hybrid picks here when it comes to weapons. Now on the side of Morons Cubed, instead of 2 tanks running full lasers, we're seeing that hybrid lasers and railguns across the board with 1 full railgun tank as well.
Yeah, I really like that adjustment for Morons Cube. You realize the railgun is laying down that heavy damage, but you're still bringing that consistent lighter damage from the lasers as well. Mixing it in with that heavy damage kind of allows them to change their strategy up on the go.
Team Trap Money again relying on that railgun as their main damage dealer on their Scorpion tanks. Again, they need to win Game 2 to force Game 3 against the number 1 seeded Morons Cubed. Again, that name does not check out, Joey. Morons Cubed playing out of their mind here today at the World Premier Tournament of Core Disruption as we head into Game number 2 again. Morons Cubed 1 game away from the grand finals. Thousands of dollars on the line. And they are so close for their opportunity to secure the big win. They just need to get 1 more here against Team Trap Money. Team Trap Money looking to pull the upset. They need to win Game 2 to force Game 3. And in very unlike Morons Cubed fashion, a little bit of a slower start. Teams starting to try to feel each other out. Team Trap Money holding position a little bit, looking to use buildings as cover. Morons Cube being a little bit more mobile, swinging out wide. Now we see Koi and Amon moving up towards the center of the map. They know where Morons Cubed is now. All three players are there. They are grouped up using that side back wall. Koi is exposed along with Amon. All three players exposed for Team Trap Money, and the damage is starting to come out. Dark orange starting to appear on the front side of Koi's tank.
Yeah, that is big, quick damage coming out from the side of Morons Cube. And then they use the building very effectively, wrapping around here, resetting themselves, and once again trying to find that line of sight of Koi.
Morons Cube definitely being the aggressor again. Team Trap Money already having to pedal backwards. Moving backwards in the tank is incredibly difficult. They crash into each other. Koi and Amon make contact, and now they're all over the place trying to move around the damage coming out, but Morons Cube still taking a majority of the damage in that exchange. The tanks on the side of Trap Money still looking pretty good as more tanks collide into barriers and other obstacles on the field. Derpy moving around. Amon is right next to him. Don't know if he's aware of that, but the damage creep taking damage to his core. Morons Cube in trouble. They might go down a player. 49 health left for Creep.
Now, one big thing we're missing here, John, is the fact that they're all ganging up on Koi. That is their real objective here, to take one tank out early on. And while they are laying down that damage, now finally a lot coming in, down to 20 health remaining. Koi is going to drop here. Creep drops as well, though, so 2v2, and the damage already much heavier on the side of Morons Cube.
Absolutely. Team Trap Money trying to pull off that win. It is close quarter combat right now. They're not spreading out. They are all staying grouped. Other cores not exposed as of yet. A lot of damage being put out. Derpy taking damage to the core now. Down to 70. Walsh dropping down as well at 60. Swalsh is in trouble. Both down below 50. And now it's a 2v1. Team Trap Money down to the last man. It is Amon trying to take down Derpy to even it out. He will do that. That was a 1v1 full core in attack for both teams. Amon and Brandon, 100% core still intact. Damage around all panels for Amon except for that back left. Brandon looking really good on the rear part of his tank as well. That's something that Amon wants to focus on, is those front panels, but he's now taking damage. Down to 60 in this 1v1. Trying to rotate around. He's gonna get cornered. No, just misses the obstacle. 30 health left. He needs to put the damage down. Now he is stuck. Amon is in a situation he does not want to be in. He is currently trying to run away. Can't do it fast enough. Did his best. Started to get more damage down on that front right panel of Brandon's, but just wasn't enough to break into the core of the tank. And Team Trap Money takes the 2-0 series win in a hard-fought match there in game number 2. And Morons Cube going on to the grand finals. They'll have a chance to take home the big cash prize. Now for Team Trap Money, they'll drop down into the third place game, and they will take on the losers of our next matchup coming up. But Morons Cube, the number 1 seed, moving on to the grand finals.
Yeah, Morons Cube with another 2-0 here. And John, it was over well before that 1v1. The main reason being Brandon went untouched for so long in the back line, just continuing to lay down that railgun damage, damaging the backside of the tanks. So when you eventually move around back to the front, the damage is done on all sides, and there just really was no option to move around for Trap, as we do see Morons Cube close it out.
All right, one semifinal down, one more to go. We're going to toss it to a quick break. On the other side, it's Savage Academy taking on Thonk. Don't go anywhere. More core disruption around the corner. world premiere tournament of Core Disruption. One semifinals in the books, second one coming up next. Joey, it is going to be Thonk going up against Savage Academy here in the second semifinals, and the winner has a date with the #1 seed, Morons Cubed.
Yeah, Morons Cubed looking extremely strong in that last matchup, once again taking a 2-0 victory. But both these teams not teams to sleep on either, as Savage Academy came out very strong, as did Thonk, kind of really adapting to that railgun strategy and taking that on as their own.
Absolutely, and we kind of saw it a little bit in the last semifinal as well. What actually plays out better, that aggressive tactic or that kind of wait-and-see kind of play? We saw both teams come out with two very different strategies here. We had Morons Cube come out, and they were ultra-aggressive, and they stayed ultra-aggressive. I think that's one of the big key things, is that if you're going to go the aggressive route, you have to stay aggressive. You can't make that change halfway through the map and decide, okay, now we're going to play passive. No, you have to stick with it through thick and thin. That's what we saw, and that's what's got them to the grand finals. We'll see if these teams now take that into consideration, as now Thonk and Savage Academy have a chance now for guaranteed money by winning this series.
Absolutely. Both teams going full Scorpions again. Thonk going heavy on the railgun. Every single weapon slot taken up by the railgun. On the opposing side, we do have quite a few lasers coming out. It seems to be a common strategy today, as well as some interesting changes coming in from the side of Savage Academy compared to what we last saw.
Absolutely. Thonk again sticking with what got them here into the semifinals, and that is that railgun on top of their Scorpion tanks. Again, Link with that impressive 2v1 to secure game one back in the quarterfinals for Thonk. The real hero there to help Thonk punch their ticket here into the semifinals. Now going up against Savage Academy. It's both teams now coming out of their hangars, and the second semifinals underway here at the University of Maryland. We'll see how both of these teams play. Again, both these teams, just a reminder, in the quarterfinals did play a little bit more passive than what we've seen before. So we'll see if any of these teams change up and try to be more aggressive. The first shot coming out from Killer Skittles on the side of Savage Academy.
Yeah, I think the other thing worth mentioning here for Savage Academy, John, is the Plasma Bolter being favored over the Railgun. It does lay down some pretty heavy damage, and over time, it's a little bit of a higher damage, but a little bit less effective at long range.
Light damage coming out on both sides, nothing to be concerned of as of yet. Now Cats has damage on all sides except for the rear part of the tank, but Killer Skittles taking that massive damage to the front right panel. Core already taking damage on the side of Savage Academy. That's something that he's going to have to keep an eye on. He's going to need to favor the left side of his tank going forward.
And that's that railgun doing work, effective at a long range and effective at really being that pinpoint damage. A lot of people can even look at that as a finish-off type of weapon. So far, finishing the upper right plate of Killer Skittles' tank.
And Mixel and Chai Master ran into each other twice. The communication needs to get better on the side of Savage Academy, because you can't afford to run into your other teammates. They may have a sightline that you don't have, and you just completely knock them off. Killer Skittles in trouble. That other front panel about to drop as well.
Yeah, the Chi definitely off with some movement here on the side of Savage Academy. They are starting to rotate back, though, realizing they took a lot of damage in that initial fight and trying to find some recovery behind a building.
Thonk still looking good, spreading the damage out across all of those plates. Core's still looking pretty good. Now Chai Master's core down to 60 as well. Thonk just absolutely putting down some damage from distance. And Savage Academy is going to have to play a little bit more passive. They're going to have to try to find those far sidelines. They need to play a little bit safe, since two of their players' cores are already taking damage. Killer Skittles now to 50, now to 40. Just damage after damage, taking hit after hit from Thonk.
Yeah, so far in the fight of Railgun versus Plasma, it's looking like Railgun has a heavy advantage here, already taking down Killer Skittles, sending him back to the other side of the rainbow. A lot of damage coming down on Chai Master Zen as well.
Killer Skittles the first to drop. Chai Master right behind him. Now Vix also down to 30. That entire front and front right of the tank fully exposed. Again, Thonk looking really, really good, as now it's about to become a 3v1.
Chai Master with some nice hits on a Cats, exposing the core. 72 health less on Cats' core, but he knows Chai Master Zen is now there.
And Chai's down to 20 as well. They're both one hit away. Vix is down. It's now a 3v1. And with 20 health left on the core, really don't think he's going to last too much longer. Now down to 10, now down to 0. And Thonk has taken it to Savage Academy here in game 1. We'll take the 1-0 advantage going forward.
Thonk just laying down that thick damage time and time again, John. The railguns just do so much damage, and if they don't allow the opposition to move in, they just can continue to lay it down. We see it there shredding through those front plates and then eventually the cores.
So we did see a little bit of change here in the second semifinal. We didn't see that ultra-aggressive tactic come out like we saw from Morons Cube. We saw both of the teams stick to the tactics that really got them here in the first place, and that was the passive play, taking those high-quality shots when the open sight lines come there, landing those shots, and eventually just waiting for the other team to make a mistake. And that's what we saw Thonk do, is wait for Savage Academy to make those positioning mistakes, lay down the heavy shots, and ultimately slowly pick them off as time went on.
Yeah, and I just think overall the railgun just laying down so much damage in that fight. We did see the plasma bolter come out and do quite a bit as well, but in comparison, the railgun just such a heavy-hitting weapon. They use the buildings very effectively, kiting around them to reduce the damage they were taking, but then finding ways to get good peaks to put the damage back down on the opposing team here as they do end up with that first victory.
Savage Academy backs against the wall. Have to win here in game 2, otherwise they are destined for the third-place match. Thonk, one win away from a date with the #1 seed in the grand finals. $2,000 on the line in the grand finals. A massive difference there between first and second place there in the prize pool. You definitely want to win to bring home the big money here in today's tournament. And Thonk is just one game away from possibly doing just that. Going forward for Savage Academy, possibly some changes here. Maybe they need to play a little bit more aggressive. Maybe they need to maybe have Thonk on the back heel. Maybe they need to start forcing him backwards to try to get an advantage.
Yeah, I honestly think the railgun is the very big difference here. We saw them go with plasma bolter over the railgun. While I don't think they need to go full railgun, I think switching those plasmas out for the railgun could end up matching the strategy a little bit better of what Thonk brought to the table.
So we will definitely have to check that out, as both teams are just moments away from loading in to the game lobby here for game number 2. Again, Thonk with the advantage, 1-0 in this best-of-3 semifinal matchup. Both teams is finishing that loading process. Will be in-game here soon. They are currently picking their tanks, picking their loadouts. We can kind of see there from that shot on screen, those side screens next to the players. It looks like the Scorpion is going to be picked once again. Really, the Scorpion's been picked all day. Who wants to play the Talon, apparently?
Yeah, I mean, the Talon does have higher mobility, but again, when you don't have those treaded tanks in the mix like we did in the group stage, you kind of lose a little bit of what that movement brings to the table. You're not able to kite around the tanks as much. So in this case, you want to bring a little bit extra armor to the table, as we see each team deciding to elect into that as well. 3 Scorpions versus 3 Scorpions, and they are going heavy on the lasers here on the side of Savage Academy.
Yeah, Savage Academy trying to pull a Morons cubed, if you will, trying to win on the old laser front here for Savage Academy here. Thonk, though, also doubling down on that railgun. They're going full railgun as well. So, you know, obviously it worked for Thonk. They're going to try to get that win here. Again, Savage Academy is going to try the laser tactic once again, and we'll see if that actually works.
John, I hate to say it, but I don't think it's going to work too well for him. I mean, overall, what we saw when we looked at it is the railgun just brings so much damage. And while the full laser strategy can work like it did for Morons Cubed in the opening match, a number of other teams fell with that same strategy. So unless they're going to play ultra-aggressive, I think Thonk does have the advantage coming in early on this one.
Both teams out of the hangar. Both teams making their way around the circle known as the amphitheater, as they're trying to find where each other are hiding, using those buildings as coverage as well. We see Thonk taking their time. They're in a really good position as well with where their buildings are located. Now with Savage Academy, they're about to be in a really wide open spot, and that's going to be possibly a disadvantage there, as the sightlines might be favoring Thonk as both teams finally start engaging. Cat's kind of cut out there a little bit, but has plenty of buildings to hide behind and possibly get back. Looks like 2 players are coming around for Thonk. They're looking to go for the flank play. Goop and Link or maybe we're waiting way too long.
No,
Cats.
such a misplay coming out there, John. Cash is getting caught out so early on. The core already disrupted, very quickly played. I see what they're trying to do. They're trying to get that early peak, but in the end, John, such a big misplay.
Now Killer Skittles as well, down to 40% health left on the core. Just moments away for Thonk to even up at 2v2, but that misplay may come back to haunt them later on in this game, as now Chai and Killer have Link all to themselves to 2v1 all the way at the other end of the map, so it's a 1v1 for Goof and Vixel, but it's Chimester and Killer on Link, and Link is down to 58% left on the core, and he's in trouble.
Yeah, Link separated there in a 2v1 situation. Killer Skittle taking some damage as well in his fight, but unfortunately for Link, the paint just keeps coming down. The full right side now exposed.
Two players bumping into each other again. Link will fall down. Goof is already in danger. 66 left on his core health as well. And Savage Academy is looking to even this one up, and they just might do that. Goof, last man standing, getting absolutely torn apart. That will even the series at 1 apiece. Savage Academy and Thonk heading to game number 3. Two different play styles we saw from game 1 here into game 2. And it really worked out for Savage Academy in the end.
Yeah, I don't know if it was meant to play out that way, though, overall. I think Thonk was trying to get that early information to find out what side they were rotating from. Unfortunately, it ended up being the side with 1 player versus the side with 2. They weren't able to rotate back quick enough, and being in a 3v2 that early on is just not a situation you want to be in as Thonk.
Yeah, that kind of wraparound flank play that they're kind of looking for really did come back to haunt them. I mean, you cannot isolate one of your players like that, especially if you don't have information where the other team is, because as soon as they started that rotation, Savage Academy moved straight in, and it was seconds before the first player dropped down for Thonk.
Absolutely, and they just watched Morons Cube do the same thing. You play those lasers, and if you can corner someone out and really direct your fire on them, it can work very effectively, especially when its 2 teammates are across the map, so they really took advantage quickly there.
So it all comes down to game number 3 in this best of 3 between Savage Academy and Thonk. The winner moves on to the grand finals to take on Morons Cubed. And the loser will drop down to play Team Trap money for the 3rd place victory, which still pays out some money. You won't go home empty-handed there if you take home 3rd place. But obviously the prize at the end of the road is that $2,000 grand prize. And Morons Cubed sitting in the grand finals here, just waiting to see who will be joining them. They're taking notes. They're probably sitting a couple rows behind us here, Joey, taking notes on both of these teams to find out how they're going to play in that grand finals. But so far, coming down to game 3, winner moves on.
Yeah, so I think the big thing here is, does Thonk make any adjustments? Do they come out with full railguns again? It worked so well for them in game 1. It ended up working not quite so well there in game 2, as they did get picked off early. I think that was more about movement than the weapon choice, though.
Absolutely. So definitely have to keep an eye on that moving forward, and it looks like it will be the exact same setup here going into game 3. Thonk, all railguns. Savage Academy, all lasers. Everyone rocking the Scorpion here in game 3 of the 2nd semifinal. The winner moves on to the grand finals for a chance at $2,000 in prize money.
Prize money on the line, John. Quite a bit of it today, as you've mentioned before. Again, the railgun strategy and the laser strategy both coming out. We saw one work very well in favor of Thonk with the railguns in game 1. In game 2, that laser aggression, finding a way to catch out a player from Thonk ended up being the difference maker. Here in game 3, we're all even, though 1-1 apiece, but only one team moves on.
Both teams moving straight towards the center of the map. No one really kind of going around the outside. See when the teams finally identify where each other are hiding at, and they will do just that. Those massive barriers in the middle providing some shelter, as Thonk looks to be closing in as well. Savage Academy pushing up as well. This is going to be a very aggressive play from both teams here as Savage Academy starts moving in, but Chidemaster taking massive damage to the left side. That back left already exposed, taking damage to the core. Link's taking damage as well, down to 67. 2 players, 1 on each team. Core is already wide open. Coop is in trouble as well. Stuck alongside an obstacle. Will finally manage to get out of it. Killer Skittle trying to put damage onto Cats as well. Chai Master still with 9 health now. 2 panels wide open. The front left for Link. back left for Chai. Now the front left for Killer Skittles open as well, taking damage on the core there. 2 players down to 90 core health on Savage Academy. 58 for Link. Massive exposure for Link. He'll have to try to favor that left side, but it's not much. He is being absolutely deleted. Down to 13 core health. It's just a matter of time. Killer comes around. He's going to try to finish him off, down to 10 health left on that core. And there goes Link. With all those panels down, it's just a matter of time. Now it's a 2v1 advantage for Savage Academy.
Yeah, Link got a little separated from the rest of the group there, and in the end ended up taking a lot of damage and losing his core as a result. We do see a little 3-on-2 action here. The lasers continuing to rain down on the side of Thonk, but Thonk returning damage as well.
Thonk landing some massive hits. All cores touched on the side of Savage Academy. Goof still looking pretty good. The damage spread out quite evenly across all of the plates. Goof is in a great position here. Wait,
it looks like Goof may have
Goof might be upside down. So Katz is trying to move around now as well. Core damage taking hits. Maybe he might try to go over and help him out, but Goof is completely upside down. That's definitely not going to help him out. He's not going to be able to do too much there. We'll have to get official ruling on that as well to see what happens. But that's a massive advantage for Savage Academy right now.
And it looks like they're going to move on to Katz here. Try to get the finish. Killer from the front and Shymaster coming around from that backside. The exposure's there and the core has been disrupted. That just leaves Goof here, who unfortunately is sitting on his turret upside down, John. It is a hover tank, but it's not doing much hovering at the moment.
The 4 hover boosters are shoving them quicker into the ground. This is just, that was just brutal. Sitting there, nothing you can do. 3 lasers is pounding away, absolutely helpless. That's a bad feel right there.
Feels bad, man. We'll have to wait for the official ruling on that, with the turret ending up being the bottom of that tank in the end case there. Overall, very strong play coming out, though.
Okay, I did just get a signal over here from our production crew here. It looks like it will be a replay of that match because the tank did flip upside down. So that will be a replay there. It's just one of those feels bad moments. You don't want your hover take upside down. You're kind of like, no pun intended because we're at the University of Maryland, but it's kind of like a turtle upside down on its shell. Yeah, it definitely doesn't help out.
Absolutely, a lot of spinning. Unfortunately, not like Mario Kart. This shell doesn't do too much damage, as it's hard to aim when you are upside down in this one. So as we load into that replay, John, overall I think the strategies look pretty good there. Thonk came out with their same railgun strategy. The damage coming out from the lasers, though, the lasers able to really paint a lot of damage, and then the roundabout, it seems like the disadvantage for Thonk has been separating one player from the rest, really getting taken advantage of in those situations.
Yeah, this is definitely a game that you want to make sure everyone's on the same page when it comes to position. We saw that plague Thonk there in Game 2 when 2 players looked like they were possibly either going for a flank or trying to find information. It really came back to hurt them in the end. It cost them Game 2. Here in Game 3, we saw a little bit of it as well. The communication may not have been there, and the players were spread too far apart. They did try to pull it together there. I'd be kind of curious to see how that played out there if that one tank did not flip upside down. They were putting down some pretty good damage onto Savage Academy from those railguns. So it wasn't like they didn't have a chance. They just needed to land more shots. They possibly could have pulled off the 3v2. But nonetheless, with that upside down tank, we have to replay that, and maybe we'll see a different strategy here in the replay of Game 3.
Yeah, and I think the initial chase was fine. You ended up with a 1v1 situation, and you were looking for that flank. You had 2 tanks sitting there waiting to try to surprise the other tank out when they came around the corner chasing your one tank that did get caught out. Unfortunately, the chase came a little bit too slow as the damage was already laid down.
The replay of game number 3. We are loading into the lobby right now as we are heading into the amphitheater for the last game here. Game 3, the winner moves on to the grand finals. And Joey, we're seeing a little bit of a twist here. We're seeing Savage Academy stick with the lasers, stick with the Scorpions, but on the side of Thonk, I believe this is a weapon we have not seen pulled out here today.
Yeah, Thonk switching things up here and going with the auto cannon, John. Very fast fire rate with the spinning motion. Think almost like a machine gun turret in a sense. So it's going to come down. It's going to lay some moderate DPS, moderate heat generation, and it is quite long range. But, John, it has a tough time shredding the tank plating, rather.
It is a Gatling gun on top of a tank. Each tank will have 3. That is 9 Gatling guns. Who knows? Maybe they might try to do that 3 versus 1 strategy. Maybe they might try to be the ultra aggressor here, focus on one tank, take down that one panel, and go straight for the core. That's all it takes. One panel going down, exposing the core. the rest of the tank could be completely untouched. And here we go. You can even hear the difference in the weapons as damage starting to be laid out. Savage Academy putting down the damage so far onto Thonk. And the two players for Thonk, Cats and Link, already running into each other. Definitely not what you want to do there, as the aggression from Savage Academy might actually be paying off now, as it looks like Thonk is kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place, trying to move around. The separation from Savage Academy looks to be paying off here, as Link is now into the orange on both front panels of his tank. Trimaster as well, that front left now fully exposed. Those Gatling guns from Thonk really starting to do some damage on the Trimaster. Both are down. Both front panels are down. Now the core taking some damage as well. This strategy might pay off.
It might, but there's damage being returned on the other side as well. Link taking quite a bit of damage. Both front panels down, and the core just dropping below 50 now at 44.
Trimaster now down to in the 60s as well for the core health. A lot of the panels exposed there as well. This one might be over fairly quick, as now Cat's taking massive damage. He's going to drop first. Now 2v3 favoring Savage Academy, but Chai is at 17 health left on his core. It's just a matter of time. That back right panel is just a hit away from dropping. Link now dropping down as well at 20 for core health. It might become a 3v1 very quickly here, unless they can get Chai Master down really quick. It's only going to be a couple more hits. Link falling. Goof falling as well. Now into the 50s for the core health. Link down to 6. Now he is completely out. It is now a 3v1, and Savage Academy is going to finish off Goof in just a matter of moments. Will he be able to take Chai Master down with him as well as a consolation prize? Probably not. Down under 10, core disrupted, and Savage Academy is moving on to the grand finals.
Well, I appreciate the creativity coming out there. The auto cannon going on every single weapon slot does not seem to be the way to go, John. In the end, it just ended up being an auto loss with all that damage coming down from the lasers.
It may have been a good strategy if you went full 3v1 and you kind of focused on one panel, you blow the panel down, and you're able to hit the core pretty quick. It might work, but the problem is you're not trying to hit a stationary target. It's kind of moving. It takes a lot of aim, and this is a VR game, and it gets very difficult to do that. So unfortunately, the auto cannon, the Gatling gun, if you will, just did not work in their favor. They will be dropping down to the third place match. There'll be Thonk versus Team Trap Money, but the grand finals will now feature the #1 seed Morons Cubed going up against Savage Academy.
Absolutely. So they're still not out of it yet. There's still a chance to win some money as they do head over into that third place match. But overall, Morons Cube looking so strong today, John. Definitely the team that is sitting at the top of the list, coming in as the #1 seed and showing why.
2 more matches to go. It's a third place match, then followed by the grand finals. We're going to toss it to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Core Disruption live here at the University of Maryland. We'll be right back. Amon's front part of his tank already taking damage, and Team Trap Money starting to move in, trying to be the aggressor. Link has all of his plates touched. Blaze is taking a lot of damage as well. That front left panel already in the orange. No damage to the core as of yet, but it is an all-out brawl here early on in the third place match.
Yeah, Link in a tough situation, taking so much damage. Blaze as well, though. Blaze with orange damage up toward the plate up in the front and taking tons of core damage as well.
Just absolutely dropping off both sides. Link down to 4. He'll be the first one out. Thonk down to 2. Blaze will join him next, back to a 2v2, as it's 2 quick exits for Link and for Blaze. That leaves Koi and Amon on the side of Team Trap Money, and it's Cats and Goof on the side of Thonk. And now we're going to go back to playing that, using that obstacle there in the middle. They're trying to look for those sight lines, as now Koi is caught out and Goof is going to punish him for that mistake. They're going to try to rotate around this obstacle, using that to deflect some of that damage.
Yeah, almost all the opening damage going down on Blaze and Link, and that's why we see those tanks out of the mix so quickly on. On top of that, though, Koi taking some orange damage for the front left with his plating.
Yeah, Koi taking a lot of damage on the front side of that tank. He'll need to try to rotate around and try to spread that damage out. Now that front left exposed, the front and right as well. 85 health left, down to 55. Massive damage coming out from Thonk onto Koi, and he goes down. It's now a 2v1. Amon, though, full health for the core. Damage pretty well spread out across his entire tank. Goof under 50% now, down to 14. This has a chance to go down to a 1v1, but Amon's core down to 60 as well. He's going to have to play the positioning incredibly well if he's going to try to make something happen here. It's down to a 1v1, but it doesn't matter. Cats comes in for the cleanup, and Amon drops down, and it will be 1-0 in favor of Thonk.
Yeah, unfortunately for Amon, that upper left plating toward the front of the tank went down, and there was another player right there able to hammer right into it and hit the core.
Came down to almost a 1v1 opportunity there, but unfortunately with Amon's core being exposed, taking the damage already, it didn't play out too much longer, so Thonk takes the 1-0 lead here in the third place match. Just one win away from taking home a cool $300. That's pretty good for a couple meal swipes here and there, but nonetheless, who doesn't love taking home some kind of prize money here at the inaugural world premiere tournament for Core Disruption? Both of these teams going through the quarter and semifinals, dropping down into the third place match. Some of the best teams we've seen here today. They've made it this far for a reason, and now Team Trap Money back up against the wall. They need a win here in game 2.
Yeah, I'm glad we didn't see Thonk run the full auto cannons on every tank this time. I think they were able to bring a little bit more variation of damage, able to paint some more damage down early with the lasers, and then finish them off there with the heavier bullets as well. In the end, it ended up being a great strategy for them. One player apiece going down early on, but then in the 2v2 situation, Thonk really able to take it on.
Yeah, absolutely. And with this game still being pretty new, players and teams are still trying to work out strategies. I think the auto cannon might be one that we can safely cross off the list as of right now.
At least not for every weapon
At least
slot. You can mix it in here and there, but all 9 weapon slots definitely not filling with auto cannons.
All right, both teams loading back into the game for game 2 of this best of 3 in the third place match. Joey, right after this will be the grand finals. And it's going to be a great matchup there as well. But again, we still do have at least one more game here in the third place match with Team Trap Money starting to pull it back there a little bit in game 1. They were very close to really having that 2v1 opportunity. But unfortunately, it was this massive heavy damage coming out from Thonk, and it was just really hard to survive.
Yeah, when that damage starts getting laid down, it just becomes tough. And in that situation, again, that upper left plating going down early just allowed for an exposed core pretty early on from the side flanker. In the end, that ended up being the difference.
Now, it's almost like when your front paneling goes down, you kind of want to switch around and like use your back end as your front, but then that completely inverts everything. Right goes left, left goes right. And for some people, not saying anybody here, but for some people, that is a completely different element of the game that's really hard to grasp, especially in a VR simulator where you have to look around and swivel your head as well. It's just an extra element that makes this game even more challenging for competitors to play at an elite level.
Absolutely, and not only that, but everyone using hover tanks today, you also have that quick mobility, that fast movement coming out. And in a 2v1 situation, sure, you can turn as much as you want, but you're always going to have another player turning with you, and they're going to have 2 different angles covered, and it just becomes tougher and tougher.
Absolutely. We are just moments away from game number 2 as both teams are loading back up into that lobby, making their final selections. on their tanks and their weapons. Joey, I'm going to try to predict the tanks that they're going to use. I'm going to go with Scorpion because we haven't seen Talon played as of yet, even though that is one of the tanks available here. And as we're about to load in, we will see what those selections are. And yes, Joey, I should have bet you $5. It's all Scorpions again.
I don't think I would have taken that bet today, just given the trend. But we do have Team Trap money coming out. Full lasers, 9 slots filled by lasers on the opposing side of Thonk. They are going a little bit back to what we saw with that railgun. They only ran it in 3 slots last time, now going to 6 with the other 3 slots filled up with lasers.
It'll be interesting to see here if Team Trap Money is going to do what we saw Morons Cube do, which is be that aggressive team with the lasers going into this last matchup. It might work. It might catch Thonk off guard here. Otherwise, with the lasers playing that passive play style, it seems to have not worked from what we've seen today.
Yeah, it's tough to play passive with lasers, and you can do it. You just have to really use your covering very effectively. You have to paint the target. When your heat gets up too high, slide behind a building, wait it out, then come back out. But when you come back out, Thonk is going to be ready with those cannons available as well.
Those cannons already firing off, and a lot of damage coming out onto Thonk early. That's, again, an advantage of those lasers is you will put some damage onto those plates early on. But again, Thonk with those heavy hitting weapons on their tank can do some massive damage real quick as well.
Yeah, damage coming out pretty early. All the tanks really being painted up by the lasers from the side of Team Trap Money. But for the side of Thonk, again, that heavy damage that you mentioned, John, the plating is starting to turn yellow. It's eventually going to turn orange as that damage continues to be laid down by the railgun.
And Koi was trying to sneak around that backside for a flank opportunity. Pulls back at the last moment to stay grouped up with his team. Probably a smart decision there. As now Thonk trying their best to play around that building as an obstacle to hold off that damage. Now Link trying to sneak around the corner. Amon is there trying to back away. Again, these tanks, high mobility for these hover tanks, are able to move around quite a bit. They also have to take into account those lasers having a cooldown period, and Amon is getting absolutely demolished right now. That front right panel completely gone. 41 health left on his core. Down to 11. Amon's not going to survive too much longer unless he can find a way to spread that damage out, but those other plates are starting to turn orange as well.
It looked like the end for Amon, caught up against that building, but somehow his teammates move in just in time to allow him to rotate out. He gets out with 11 health, but he is very far from the opposition here. He's going to be able to lay a little bit of damage down, John, but not too much to work with.
And now Blaze has that front right panel down as well. Core still at 99. Not too much damage putting down there as of yet. All the core is still intact on the side of Thonk. Amon's going to be playing from deep, looking for those long-range shots. Helping lay down some more damage, and Link taking some massive damage as well, but Blaze goes down first, and it's a 3v2 favoring Thonk, but Link is at 37 as well. Amon still somehow surviving with 11 health left on the core.
Yeah, Amon not able to put down too much damage in return, though. Getting a little bit of paint on the back of Cats with that laser, but now he's been found out by Link and Goof. They're both moving in. Koi trying to lay down some damage on Goof, but Amon with very little health.
Koi down to 10, down to 0, and Thonk will take the third place match. 2 games to 0. That's $300 in the back pocket. Pretty nice prize pool there for the third place finish. Team Trap Money, best, probably, I'm kind of surprised Amon lasted that long with 11 health. I mean, that comes down to his positioning, being able to survive that long, using those obstacles to really help benefit him to stay in the game even longer, laying down some long-range shots. Obviously, it's very, very tough in this game to survive when you only have 11 health left on your core and with so many panels exposed. But again, shout out to Team Trap Money. It was a very tough matchup here today for them, but finishing 4th overall is not bad for the first ever tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. The rotation from his teammates to keep him on alive was great, but because of that, he took so much damage. He had to move out of the way and able to paint a little bit back and forth, but unfortunately not enough to stay in the game as it does get closed out by Thonk.
And Thonk takes home the third place prize, going home with, again, $300. That's not bad for finishing third, Joey. But up next is our grand finals with $2,000 on the line. It's the #1 seed Moron Cubes going up against Savage Academy in the grand finals. We're going to toss it to a quick break. Do not go anywhere. Those grand finals are coming up next. Live back from the University of Maryland in College Park, Maryland. It is time for the grand finals here at the world premiere tournament of Core Disruption. Alongside Joey Courtside, King McDermott, my name is John Fiasco Byram, and it is time that we are heading in to the grand finals. It is the first seeded Morons Cubed going up against Savage Academy in the grand finals. $2,000 on the line. One team will go home $2,000 richer.
Yeah, absolutely. Quite a bit of money on the line here. Even the loser goes home with a little bit as well, but obviously they want to be the winner in the end. Two very strong teams. Morons Cube yet to drop a game today. We'll see if they can keep that up against Savage Academy.
And we're already seeing a big strategy change here from Morons Cubed. If you remember, if you were with us from the start of the program today, they were the team that pretty much set the tone. All lasers, rush comp, it feels like, going straight into the other team and just absolutely demolishing them. And it worked up until this point. They have made that change. Joey, one tank with lasers, two tanks featuring other weapons.
Well, and they started doing that in the earlier rounds as well. They went all lasers, then they moved in and put one tank on full railgun, the other two on lasers. Now we see that rotation even a little bit more extremely with just one tank, all three spots on lasers, with the other 6 spots related to the railgun.
Both teams out onto the amphitheater. Moving around, they are destined to collide in just a few moments. Will that aggressive play from Morons Cubed continue, or will we see them try to lay back a little bit? Both teams finding each other pretty quick here. Not even full 30 seconds in, we already have shots fired coming out. Morons Cubed taking the early damage here, trying to lay it down, rotating around.
Derpy could be in a tough situation here, getting caught up a little bit. He's on the backside there of VIXLT.
And Vixel taking some damage as well. Now quickly rotating around. This one's a little fast-paced, and we've seen Derpy taking a lot of damage, down to 27 on the core. That front right panel fully exposed. Giant Master taking damage. He goes down first. Derpy still holding on at 27. It's a 2v3 in favor of Morons Cube, but it can be easily evened up here. Down to 16 for Derpy. Morons Cube doing everything they can to keep that advantage. Killer Skittles only has the left side of the tank damage. That full right side, massive advantage for Killer Skittles, but is already taking damage because of that left damage. Down to 40 on the core health. Down to 10. Killer Skittles, with not a lot of damage, gets his core absolutely destroyed. And now it's a 2v1 here in the grand finals. And it looks like Morons Cube will be taking game 1.
It looks like it, John. That core is exposed there for Vixel, taking a lot of damage from those lasers as they continue to rain down here from Creep and Brandon.
Game 1 in the grand finals in favor of the number 1 seed Morons Cubed. They're off to a hot start here in the grand finals, and they move even closer to that $2,000 prize. Now, again, second place goes home with $900, but that's an $1,100 difference, Joey. I definitely want to go home with that $2,000. So we'll have to see what changes Savage Academy will be making here in the second game, going up against the heavily favored number 1 seed for a reason, Morons Cubed.
Yeah, I really liked what Morons Cubed ran here. You pull out the lasers, but then you have those 2 tanks full of railguns that just supply big damage output. It takes a little while to get through that first initial layer, but once you do, that core just melts.
Absolutely, and the teams are getting ready for that second game here. Joey, we saw that aggression come out from Morons Cubed once again. They're not changing that play style. That's what got them here, that aggressive play. Yeah, they're changing their weapons, but it's still coming out to their advantage. They're staying true to what they know, and that's essentially a rush comp from what we're seeing from Morons Cubed. It's really up to every other team in this tournament to find a way to stop it, because as of right now, they're untouchable.
Yeah, and there were some nice rotations there. They were able to pinch a couple targets. In doing so, you can lay down so much damage on a full side of the tank. They're able to take out a lot of the front, but also the backside with the rotation. And because they did that, there's just no safe spot to turn to at that point because you're taking damage from every angle.
Let's see the players for Savage Academy finishing loading up their tanks. All Scorpions probably once again. I doubt that anyone would pull out the Talon as of right now. Going into the grand finals, selecting their weapons going forward. Kind of curious to see what Morons Cube's picks here because they have been changing those weapons as the as the tournament has gone on today. So we'll see if they'll stick with that. I'll be kind of curious to see if they return to the old laser comp and just go full rush again.
I think you stick with the exact same thing. It worked very well, and we've seen them rotate more from lasers to railguns as the event has gone on. Still keeping that aggression, as you mentioned earlier, but laying down heavy damage.
And we are heading into game number 2 between Savage Academy and Morons Cubed. And again, we are seeing some changes coming out here. But it's all Scorpions once again. Lasers on Creep, and it's going to be the railgun on Brandon and Derp as well for Morons Cubed. Morons Cubed are just one game away from that $2,000 prize. Savage Academy has to make those changes. They have to find a way to win game number 2 here in the grand finals. Teams are loading in. Tanks are in the amphitheater. It's game number 2. It's 1-0 in the series in favor of Morons Cubed. Again, one game away from being crowned the grand champions.
One game away, less than 10 minutes away, depending on when those cores get disrupted, John. But overall, a very similar start here. Instead of going around the map, they are going straight through the map here as Morons Cubed looks to go aggressive.
Super aggressive. They don't want to waste any time. They want to get that prize, and they want to head home. They want to throw an after party after this if they're able to close it out here. The damage coming out from Savage Academy here early on. Again, with those lasers putting down the damage early on. But do not count Morons Cubed out. They are very aggressive, and we're seeing it once again. The damage coming out. No cores touched as of yet, but the damage is being sprayed all over Killer Skittles. That front right panel already in orange. Just couple hits away from that core being widely exposed for him on Savage Academy.
Yeah, just like when you leave them in a hot car, John, the plating just melting away on these Skittles, just continuing to fall down. Front right already taking orange damage, as well as the back core not exposed as of yet, though. Creep taking heavy damage, though, from Savage.
Creep getting absolutely demolished, down to 3 health left on the core. Early advantage here going to Savage Academy. Creep goes down. They have a chance now. It's 3v2. Killer Skittles down to 20 on his core. This might even up really quick. The advantage might disappear really, really quick here for Savage Academy, and it will. It is now a 2v2. Both remaining players for each team. 100 health left. No! Derpy's dropping like absolute crazy. The damage coming in from Savage Academy. Derpy down to 8. Massive advantage for Savage as Derpy is 3 hit points away. 1-0. It's now 2v1 for Savage Academy, and they might even it up here if they can finish off this 2v1. Rotating around, Brandon is stuck between a rock and a hard place, facing down 2 tanks, just taking hit after hit. The core is now exposed. 86, 44 left on his core, and it is just slowly melting away and will come to an end, and Savage Academy have forced a game number 3.
John, Chi Master with huge plays there, coming around on that early initial flank, able to lay out so much damage before even being found. That ended up being a huge difference maker to take into the mid game.
It is a grand final for a reason. It is going the distance. We are going to a decisive game 3. The winner of the next game, $2,000 winds up in their back pocket. That is a pretty intense game coming up here in game 3. Both teams taking one game apiece, obviously going into game 3 here. But both teams really kind of adjusting along the way here. I'm kind of curious to see now how Morons Cubed is going to respond as the momentum is on the side of Savage Academy.
Yeah, they played very aggressive through these first 2 games. It worked very well in game 1. In game 2, they allowed for that flank to come in, and that ended up being a huge difference maker.
And Savage Academy played that incredibly well, going for that early kill, exposing the core on the side of Morons Cubed. That really gave them that advantage and really gave them that boost of confidence that they really needed. This is the first map Morons Cubed have dropped today in this tournament. So that is a very, very big win already for them, being the only team to do that. Now they just need to do it one more time, and then the grand prize is theirs.
Yeah, huge confidence booster there, and that's exactly what you need going into the final match of a best of 3, taking down that number 1 seed, finally giving them their first loss of the tournament, potentially a match loss if they can pull one more map.
It all comes down to game 3. Winner wins $2,000 and the title of grand champion of the first ever Core Disruption tournament here at the World Premier Tournament at the University of Maryland. We are heading into Game 3, and Joey, it was such a close matchup. We're not seeing any changes whatsoever here. We're seeing Moron Cubed come out with the same kind of setup. We're seeing Savage Academy come out with the same kind of setup as well. Joey, this is going to come down to just accuracy, positioning, and being able to close out those kills quick.
Yeah, I mean, overall, the weapons were fine for both sides. They both laid down the damage they were supposed to. The difference maker being the movement, though. Chi Master able to come around from that side, as we mentioned earlier. Morons Cube doesn't have to look for those flanks. If those flanks come through, especially bringing that Plasma Bolter, it can lay down some heavy damage from the backside.
It has come down to Game 3. We have gone the distance in the World Premier Tournament of Core Disruption. We are less than 10 minutes away from finding out who will be taking home the $2,000 prize and crowned as Grand Champion. And Morons Cubed, it got them here. They're going to keep on doing it. The aggression coming out, cutting right through the middle of the map. Savage Academy knows what's coming. They are playing a little passive, staying behind that large structure, keeping separate. They know where each other are. They're now jockeying for position towards the middle. And Derpy sees them. The damage starting to come out. Derpy taking some damage on the front right side of the tank along with Creep. Chi Master taking damage all the way around his vehicle as well. A little bumping going on as well as they're trying to gain positioning. Derpy and Creep looking to take down Chi real quick, but Derpy's already down to 10. His core is exposed. Savage Academy has an advantage. Derpy falls down early. 1 minute in, Derpy is down. It's 3v2 for Savage Academy.
Yeah, big stuff coming out there. And on the return side, Chi Master now with the core exposed, taking some damage from that front right.
Morons Cube trying desperately to even this one up. Now under 25 health left for Chi Master. He is down as well. It's back to a 2v2. Health and plate-wise, favoring Savage Academy. It's just now that the other two players are starting to take damage on those plates.
And it looks like they're trying to go for Creep, though Killer Skittles did peel off and is now going to lay damage into the back of Brandon.
And Creep bumps into an obstacle. That's going to be a challenger. He's going to have to try to back up, and he will. Brandon coming over to help his teammate out as well. Killer Skittles is there, laying down the damage. Creep taking a lot of damage all over the place. Vixnell as well, taking damage under 30 on the core as well. It is going to be a barn burner to the finish. 51 health for Creep. Vixnell's going to drop down. It's now 2v1. It is all down to Killer Skittles. Has to be able to pull this off. His target has to be Creep to even it at a 1v1, and that's what he's looking for. He can't focus on Brandon. He needs to use that advantage. Creep dropping down to 22, down to 10. He's almost done it. It might be a 1v1. He needs to find that positioning to get Creep. Creep drops down. It's a 1v1. Both players, 100% no. Skittle drops down to 50% in the core. It's going to be a barn burner. Can Brandon finish it off? 20% left for Killer Skittles. Trying to find a way, and he will fall down. Brandon secures it for Morons Cubed.
Brandon getting the job done in the end, John. When they started chasing there, they allowed Brandon to get so much damage done on that backside, just laying away with that railgun. We've seen how potent it can be, and this ended up being the huge difference maker here, just going around, allowing Brandon to get almost 4 to 5 shots off uncontested. Huge, huge damage.
Absolutely, it all came down to positioning. There were a couple bumps there in that match that may have gone differently if maybe there's a little bit better communication there. But again, it's very difficult playing a VR game where your head literally has to be on a swivel the entire time to figure out not only where your teammates are, but where the other team is as well. And that is just one of the many different things you have to pay attention on playing this game. And Morons Cubed, I mean, they came into this tournament as the heavy favorites. They showed why they were the heavy favorites going all the way to the grand finals. Yes, it wasn't a clean tournament. They did end up dropping one map. You know, that's something Savage Academy can definitely hold their heads high on, you know, being the only team to do that. But at the end of the day, it is Morons Cubed taking home the first ever championship for Core Disruption and $2,000 with them.
Yeah, and also shout out to Savage Academy for the resiliency as well, going down pretty hard there in Game 1 and then bouncing back in Game 2, able to take advantage, change their strategy up, and take the first game off of Morons Cubed all tournament long. Then in the end, a 1v1, it doesn't go their way, but John, they played a heck of a game as the second place team as well.
And good sportsmanship coming out from both teams here, shaking hands at the end of that hard-fought match. It went the distance. It went to Game 3. Now they're just quickly chatting here real quick before Morons Cubed will be awarded a very large, oversized check equaling $2,000. Joey, that is a pretty little prize pool right there. Morons Cubed right there. $2,000, that check going home with Morons Cubed.
Absolutely, a huge victory there, not only coming out in the global release here, or the global show-off, really, of this game, Core Disruption, but also going home with the prize pool in the inaugural esports event. What a great thing to hold.
And Savage Academy going home with $900 as well. That's $900 more than they had when they walked in here, so you can't be too upset with that. Money all around as we take a look at our first place team, Savage Academy. Pardon me. Ooh, that was my apologies there. That is Morons Cubed, your grand champions. In second place, Savage Academy. And in third place is Thonk, all going home with money in the bank today. But Morons Cubed, your grand champions, $2,000 in their back pocket. All right, with that, thank you everyone for tuning in for today's stream. Hope you enjoyed the world premiere here of Core Disruption. This game, again, still in development, but you got a little bit of a taste of how great this game is and how great it will become once more maps and tanks are even released here. We got talked to several developers here today as well. We got a preview of what's coming up, so definitely keep an eye on Core Disruption going forward as this game does go live soon.
Absolutely. More tanks, more maps, more weapons. It is all coming. And that potential battle pass being teased as well, John. Lots of great stuff coming for this game. So excited to continue to watch the development.
Again, a big congratulations to all of our competitors here today, and a big congratulations to Morons Cube taking home the grand prize. Thank you so much for watching, and we will catch you next time.